Chapter 924. Let's go. We just need to take a look. There was an envoy beside him who was also obsessed with Princess Yongmu's appearance, but he knew his mission. What does that building sell? Shinichi turned his head and saw that when Tianlan Pavilion was also a 4-story building. There were many windows on this side of the 4-story building, but they were all covered with cloth. Each window was covered with a horizontal iron fence, with ropes hanging down from it. The windows on the 4th and 3rd floors were hung directly to the ground, but there were no ropes on the windows on the 2nd and 1st floors. I don't know. It's not open for business. The front door is locked. Takagi Junichiro was also not sure. He knew this building. It was not open for business, and he could not see anything from the front. Why don't we buy this building and learn from when Tianlan Pavilion? Someone suggested. As for whether he really wanted to run it or just wanted to get close to the women in when Tianlan Pavilion, no one knew. Let's go inside and look at the East Market. Abita Nakamaro did not guess what the people in the group were thinking. He pointed to the front, and the group walked in that direction. A group of people behind the window of the building they pointed to looked through the small hole in the curtain and continued to rest. They were the wing knights and were always prepared. There were 200 people in one building. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, they were all vigilant. If something happened, they would jump out of the windows on the 4th and 3rd floor and quickly descend with ropes on their legs. At the same time, someone on the roof would throw a rope to the pillar on the roof of when Tianlan Pavilion opposite and slide over to bring Princess Yongmu over. As for the people on the 1st and 2nd floor, they would jump out of the window directly without ropes. If they wanted to leave, there was an underground back door and a change of shifts. Li Yi did not allow any mistakes. It was not a movie. There was no need to create a sense of urgency and all kinds of things that could not be taken care of. Then the woman was kidnapped and asked to go to the party alone. The protagonist went over. Then the other party asked the protagonist to throw away the gun. The protagonist threw away the gun. After watching so many movies with the same plot, how could Li Yi follow the actions of the protagonist? Did he buy the movie tickets for nothing? Li Yi finished his arrangements. If Princess Yongmu was willing to happily manage when in Lanxiang Pavilion, then he would give her happiness. 200 winged knights. What kind of men does the enemy need? How many people would it take to defeat him? It was impossible for the winged knights to be defeated. If Princess Yongmu died, they and their families would definitely die. Now that Princess Yongmu was alive and they were dead, their family's quality of life would be greatly improved. Li Yi asked the Yulin Flying Cavalry to write a letter to his family and conveniently go to the Li family's manor as a gift. The family of the Wing Knights would also write letters back, saying how good life was at home. Under such circumstances, even if they were facing the enemy's death warriors, it would still be death warriors against death warriors. Princess Yongmu didn't know. She felt that it was fine to not need guards. Everyone was very friendly. She was the existence that made people gnash their teeth in anger in the movie. Lil Miss, the people from the Japanese Empire just now seem to be lusting after your beauty. They are not good people. Xiaolan had experienced palace intrigue, so she was very sensitive. Her current position as a personal maid was fought for by herself. It wasn't easy, but I can't be disfigured. I'll write a letter to Li Lang and tell him about them. Princess Yongmu sensed it and wanted to tell Li Yi. She didn't have anyone to rely on. It was better to tell Li Yi about this than to tell her father. Hurry up and write. I'll deliver the things for you. Xiaolan urged. Princess Yongmu went upstairs, found a brush and ink, and spread out a piece of paper. Biting her lips, she thought for a while and wrote. Today, there are emissaries from the Japanese Empire gathered in the East City. Feeling covetous eyes, the heart can stop. Because of the crowd, fear of being weak begins. If I don't stand out, I will wait for a peaceful day. After writing, she went downstairs and handed it to a guard. The guard took the letter, ran to the side, and urged the horse to go out. You'll still live here today. When you're growing, your metabolism is fast. Look, last night, the drainage strip was directly sealed by healing. This won't do. There's still abscesses inside. I'll ask someone to go to your house and tell them that you can't delay your studies in Zhuangzi. Li Yi changed Gao Ju's dressing after breakfast. Children grew quickly. The drainage strip was placed in the wound, and the surrounding tissues were now gathering. Then the child's body fluid secreted more, and there was more pus and blood on his face. The gauze had long been soaked. He took off the youtiao and pressed it, and there was a pile of pus and blood. At this time, he couldn't let the child go. At the same time, he had to use antibiotics. Otherwise, there would be scars on his face. Brother Dongzhu, it hurts a little. It's jumping. The child told him how he felt. At most 4 days. I'll give you the medicine. I didn't want to use it. Li Yi took out the youtiao and continued to press the pus and blood. He was going to give the child antibiotics. Chinese medicine was too slow. If there were wounds on the face for a long time, there would be scars after recovery. After some treatment, Li Yi put the child on an intravenous drip with a mixture of saline and antibiotics. At this time, the messenger ran over and passed the letter to Li Yi. What do the people from the Japanese Empire want? Do they want to die? I'll help them. Li Yi was upset that he didn't give the child antibiotics yesterday. He made a mistake. Now he saw the people from the Japanese Empire coveting his future wife. I just think she's pretty. I didn't do anything. The messenger told the truth. Where's Guizi? Ask him to come over. I'll give him something. He can practice first and then teach Shaolin. Li Yi thought for a while and decided to play it safe. Guizi came, and he brought Guizi to the shooting range. The envoys from the Japanese Empire did not know that the actions of one of them were taken seriously by others. They continued to walk around the East Market. The people of the Tang dynasty all used coupons to buy things. There were a lot of goods in the East Market, but some of the stalls were empty. Why is there no blood on the ground? Abe Nakamura looked around the area where livestock were sold and noticed the problem. The Japanese Empire had been learning from the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had East and West markets. The Japanese Empire's Pingqing also had East and West markets. But now it was different. There was no blood in the East market of Chang. In other words, this was not scientific. The livestock are slaughtered at a fixed location outside the city. They are not allowed to enter the city. The slaughtering location is moved a certain distance away from the city every day. Then, Takagi Junichiro explained the situation again. The livestock in Chang and were either alive or slaughtered outside. Therefore, some of the blood was placed outside the city and treated with lime to prevent mosquitoes and flies from breeding. Quicklime? Takagi Junichiro asked. Yes, quicklime. It's a type of stone that is burned and then ground into powder. It's easier to grind than cement. It's said that quicklime will release a lot of heat when it comes in contact with water. Takagi Junichiro explained again. He was also helpless. The Li family Zhuangzi had taught him in the newspaper. The people from his country did not know anything about this and had to ask about everything. Takagi Junichiro collected all the newspapers and hoped that his colleagues could bring them back to his country. Chapter 925. Abida Nakamura pondered for a moment. You mean burnt lime? Yes, it's used for sterilization. Takagi Junichiro gestured. Go back and try it. We have burnt lime in our country. Why is it called quicklime? Abida Nakamura was not used to the question. Because it can also become mature lime. In some aspects, their uses overlap, but in some aspects, they are different. Takagi Junichiro learned a lot from the newspaper. I don't know if I can learn how to make exchange coupons and use it to print money. Abida Nakamura knew what exchange coupons were. They were called exchange coupons in name, but in fact they were currency. What he was most worried about was that the people were not willing to use copper coins. There were many small countries in the country. Some places did not produce copper. The capital of Pingqing made copper coins, but the people in other places decided that copper coins were useless. They could not compare to how much the things were worth. He knew how much rice or cloth could be exchanged for with 10 eggs. 10 eggs could be exchanged for a few copper coins. What if he could not buy the rice and cloth with copper coins? The things he exchanged for were what he needed. He did not need copper. Copper could not be eaten or worn. Then he thought of a way to allow people with official positions to be promoted with money. The officials had to save their own money in copper coins. They would donate a sum and give it to different officials according to the amount. Those who did not have official positions could donate 5,000 copper coins to get an official position. The official salaries were also paid with copper coins. They could use copper coins to buy things. However, it could only be circulated in Pingqing and Jiangyi province. People outside did not need it. Abida Nakamaro and the others could not figure it out. Why? The people of the Tang dynasty liked to use copper coins. There were also people who made evil money. In their own country, what was the difference? With a stomach full of doubts, they continued to shop in the East Market. Feeling the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, they envied the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty. There were too many things in the market. It was a dazzling lineup. The people took out money and looked for money. Even the blind used exchange coupons to buy things. There were blind spots on the exchange coupons. According to the method of making watermarks, the blind spots of different denominations were different. According to the size and feel of the exchange coupons, as long as it was new, the blind could distinguish it. As for the specific purchase, there was no need for the blind to distinguish. There were enthusiastic people next to them to help. When the seller met a blind person, not only did he not dare to give the poor goods, he also had to choose the good ones. If he gave a little more, he was afraid that someone would report it to the authorities. "Big brother, the stall owner is nice to meet you. I'll give you 2 extra coins of meat." The envoy from the Japanese Empire was looking at a man who was helping a blind man buy things. Even if he gave an extra 2 coins, it was still weight. It was 10 coins worth 1 tael, not the face value of a copper coin. "Hey, hee." The blind man carefully pocketed the money, picked up the meat, tapped the ground with a stick, and left. Immediately, some kind-hearted people followed and helped the man in his 30s to walk home. The Japanese Empire's envoy sighed with emotion at the customs of the Tang dynasty's imperial magistrate. When he saw a stall selling fried sandwiches, he took out 2 copper coins from his sleeve. He walked over and handed over the copper coins. "Give me a roll." The stall owner looked at the money he was holding and carefully identified it. "I'm not selling. I don't recognize it. The money of Japan is the same as that of the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty." Shinbei Shimoto gestured at him. The stall owner shook his head. "Even so, I don't want it. It doesn't feel as important as Kaiyuan Tongbao. I'll give you 1 extra coin. 3 coins for 2 coins. I'm a Japanese envoy." Shinbei Shimoto was depressed and added another copper coin. "A Japanese envoy can't buy things with less money unless you're Li Dongzhu. I'll give it to you for free," the stall owner said as he took the money and weighed it in his hand. He nodded. "I'll sell it to you. After all, you're a Japanese envoy." After he finished speaking, he put away the money and gestured to the woman next to him to give Shinbei Shimoto a roll of sandwiches. The woman carefully selected a sanzi that looked bigger, but in fact, the weight of the sanzi was already weighed. She handed it over to Shinbei. Shinbei Shimoto was in a good mood. The sandwiches looked bigger. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. It was crispy. Fujiwara Mayang, next to him, also broke off a piece. "I really envy them. They can spend their money anywhere. Li Yi is resourceful. Maybe he knows the reason and can solve our domestic problems." Takagi Junichiro thought of a solution. It was said that when the prime minister encountered difficulties, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi for help. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi were doing well in the county and village. This showed that the master was capable. If he asked why the copper coins were not circulating in Japan, would Li Yi be able to give him an idea? Baigu was already helping Takagi Junichiro ask. When the Japanese Empire's envoys entered the Tang dynasty, in addition to tributes, they also brought a large number of products from the Japanese Empire. This included silver. Silver was used in manufacturing and opening of the Tang dynasty. Later, it was cancelled because there was not enough silver. The amount of silver in the Tang dynasty was even less than the amount of gold. There were no large mines. Silver was a luxury item in the Tang dynasty. It was used to make bronze mirrors and jewelry. Bronze mirrors with a little silver were similar to glass mirrors. It was just that the silver would be wiped out easily. Do you want to collect taxes from them? Baigu carefully stood at the entrance of a workshop and watched Li Yi work. Li Yi was making the litmus paper. This was a crucial step, and no one was allowed to disturb him. After Baigu finished speaking, Li Yi turned his head and glared at him. Baigu quickly shut his mouth. I have sulfuric acid and caustic soda here. If there is a problem, it will be over. Wait for me. Li Yi continued working. The sulfuric acid was added to red paper to test for alkalinity. The second paper was added to caustic soda to test for acidity. People always made mistakes when judging the pH of the soil based on their experience. Li Yi took some time to collect the litmus. After 2 days of processing, the finished product was produced today. It could be used when it was dry. However, he needed a comparison. He had to mix the colors himself. After half an hour, the craftsmen who were learning understood. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out and asked the craftsmen to mass produce. If there was not enough litmus, he would collect more. Litmus was now a medicine. It was relatively easy to find and was not valuable. Children could pick a lot with a small shovel. With the test paper, people have more choices when farming. They can easily know the situation of their land, what to add to neutralize it, or what kind of crops to plant. Li Yi had a small bamboo piece in his hand. There were 2 strips of litmus paper on top of it. Chemistry, right? Baigu did not understand the principle at all. He only knew that it was not a trivial matter. Yes, and if I don't tell others, no one will be able to make it for hundreds of years. Li Yi was not modest at all. He did not intend to teach the litmus paper to outsiders. He would sell the test paper and comparison table for the imperial court to buy. You want to give it to the people. Baigu heard that it was related to farming and thought that Li Yi was giving it to them. The imperial court will pay for it. A pack of 100 plus 2 comparison tables. If one of them is lost or damaged, there will be a backup. The government will take it and distribute it to the people. The people will look at their own fields and then take it back to the government office to compare. A pack is 20. If you don't need the comparison table in the future, 19. What do you think? Li Yi had already planned it out. Selling and farming were the imperial court's responsibilities. No, how much does it cost? Baigu refused. He felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he bought it. Old Bai, don't always think about the cost of the materials. Don't you think about the cost of the technology? I have lived frugally, and after hundreds of thousands of attempts, I invented. I don't believe you. You should have made it directly. At most, you would have failed once or twice. Baigu still refused. Chapter 9:26. The 2 of them argued all the way until they arrived at Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi soaked luohan fruit and Lady Ku in the water together. The sweetness of luohan fruit was different from normal sweetness, and the bitterness of Lady Ku was also different from normal bitterness. When the 2 were put together, the bitterness and sweetness were neutralized. When one drank it, one could still distinguish the bitterness and sweetness. The people from Lingnan brought some of these fruits. They are ripe and dried. The most suitable place to plant them this year is Lingnan Road. The environment in Kyoto is not good enough. There are very few people there now. Most of them are mountain people. The fruits are wild and have not been artificially planted. Li Yi talked about Luohan fruit. Luohan fruit and Lady Ku were both good for reducing internal heat and improving the throat. Bai Gu had been drinking too much ginseng whisker water recently. He was a little heaty. Li Yi recommended Bai Gu to eat more cucumbers. Don't eat lychees. Bamboo shoots are also good. There were also the strips of gourd scraped last year. Stir-fry some streaky pork. Do you collect taxes on the goods brought by the envoys from the Japanese Empire? Bai Gu looked at the things in the glass bottle. Tax exemption. We will give the Japanese Empire a tax exemption policy and let them sell more things to us. What else can they sell other than copper? They grow mulberry trees and raise silkworms. Our Tang dynasty does not lack them. They will not find much silver unless I tell them where it is. In addition, we also have fish caught by the fishermen at the seaside. However, the abalones from the Japanese Empire are good. They catch a lot of abalones and can be made into dried abalones. I like to eat them. Li Yi mentioned a few things. The Japanese Empire was short of resources now. There was a lot of wood in the forest, but there was also a lot of wood in the Tang dynasty. The Japanese Empire did not have a trade advantage over the Tang dynasty. If they were to collect taxes, they would not sell things to the Tang dynasty. It is said that the copper coins from the Japanese Empire are not easy to use. People in many places do not want them. Bai Gu remembered something he had heard. Yes, people outside the Jiangyi region do not accept them. They have taken some measures, but the effect is not good. Li Yi, of course, knew about it. It was written in the information. Is there a solution? Bai Gu asked. Old Bai, are you asking for yourself or for the Japanese Empire? Li Yi asked. What's the difference? Ask yourself. Yes. On behalf of the Japanese Empire? No. You really do have a way. They're just a small country. Why are you so wary of them? Bai Gu didn't understand. Small country? How many soldiers do you think you can defeat the Japanese Empire with? Li Yi didn't think that Japan was weak at all. The reason why Japan could not defeat the Tang dynasty in a naval battle was because of the lack of shipbuilding technology. When Japan had the technology, they could try again. You tell me, I won't tell anyone. Bai Gu didn't want to discuss the fight. He just wanted to know the solution. At least he couldn't think of a way. The other party just didn't want the copper coins, unless he chopped off the other party's head. Right now, the Japanese Empire is the same as the Tang dynasty. Both of them have to pay rent and do extra labor. The people are suffering, and there are also runaways and refugees. The land is seriously annexed. If they allow the use of copper coins to exchange for rent, and it's only half of the original rent, then the people will be willing to accept the copper coins. They will sell their things and exchange them for copper coins. They will save on their own things. Bai Gu said. After he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead. Was it that simple? Yes. The Japanese Empire will lose a part of their revenue, but they will promote the use of copper coins. The Japanese Empire has a lot of copper. Currency is the foundation of the country. If they control the issue of currency, they can make up for the losses by forging more copper coins. As for the illegal money and the privately minted copper coins, the amount is not as much as the government. The government can only guide the economy when they have money. Take your Ministry of Revenue, for example. What's the difference between having money and not having money? Li never felt that such things were difficult. It was such a simple thing. What's the use of copper coins to buy officials and pay salaries? The productivity was not good, and the people could not get any real benefits. How can they use the substitution of commodities? When Li Yi said this, Bai Gu nodded. Yes, that's right. I have money now, and I'm very comfortable. This year, including Hunan province, I will get at least 20 million in taxes. After 2 or 3 years, I will get more than 100 million in taxes. Which small country will dare to provoke me? I will crush you with money. Good. Shao Yi, you are indeed someone that everyone wants to snatch. Yesterday, I heard that the Japanese Empire wants you to go to the Japanese Empire. Bai Gu once again admitted that Li Yi could rule the world. Li Yi sneered. Will I definitely help other people if I go to other places? They're dreaming. I can kill them. Li Yi thought differently. Why are there always people who are self-righteous? He was willing to sacrifice in the Tang dynasty because he was originally Chinese. If he went to other places and did not have a sense of belonging, he would definitely do something bad and think of a way to go back to the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu liked to hear this. Yes, Xiao Yi, your heart is not there. I will never tell them that their imperial court has control of the currency and will grow stronger. I have an idea. I will help them. I will help them print banknotes. At the same time, the Tang dynasty caravans will bring goods over by ship. They can use the banknotes printed for them to buy goods from the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not forget about the exchange of copper and silver coins. The issuance of credit currency should be delayed as long as possible. The standard currency was still the best. Bai Gu picked up the glass, took a sip, and smacked his lips. The taste is special. Isn't this helping them? Originally, I was going to give them 10 copper coins, and I will print 20 banknotes for them. Now, it's 10 copper coins against 10 copper coins. This way. He also drank a mouthful of water before he started talking. He asked that the weight of the banknotes be the same as the Kaiyuan Tongbao, or that they do not need to be cast into banknotes. 1. 5 copper coins for 1 copper coin of the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire would save a lot of losses in the processing process. He believed that they would agree. The price of goods sent over from the Tang dynasty was not the same as the Tang dynasty's internal price. They would have to pay more. Trade itself was profitable, and trade between countries that needed to be done by sea was even more expensive. There were transportation costs and risks in the transportation process. The Tang dynasty merchants received the Japanese Empire's banknotes. When they returned, they exchanged them with the Li family zhuangzi at a ratio of 1:5:1. The extra 0.5 was the Li family zhuangzi's cost of printing the banknotes. The merchants had already sold them at a high price, or they could directly use the money to buy goods from the Japanese Empire in the Japanese Empire and bring them back to pay taxes. In this way, the Japanese Empire would have to sell things to exchange for the banknotes, including metals and products from the fields, such as raw and cooked silk. When the merchants from the Japanese Empire arrived at the Tang dynasty by ship, the Japanese Empire's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Tang dynasty, just like how the Tang dynasty's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Japanese Empire. If the Japanese Empire was willing to accept the banknotes, it was a different matter. In this way, the two sides competed in processing technology. Whoever's processing technology was better would have higher added value of their goods. Our Tang dynasty's technology was better than the Japanese Empire's. Every trade between the two sides increased the profits of technology. Using technology in exchange for trade surplus, we could get more mineral resources and other physical goods. Li Yi finally explained the relationship between currency, goods, and the added value of technology in goods. This was the normal reflection of his international trade surplus and deficit at that time. Chapter 9:27. Bai Gu listened from beginning to end. He held the glass cup and stared blankly at Li Yi, not saying a word. He understood. Before the Tang dynasty cut off the Silk Road on the land, they used technology to trade with the western regions. Silk and tea leaves were exchanged for precious things. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, he understood that this was called system theory. It was much better than simply thinking that your own things were good and that others needed them. Bai Gu understood why it was like this and where the extra money came from. It turned out that it was the added value of technology. After a while, Li Yi began to refill the cup. Bai Gu said, "The Tang dynasty has been taking advantage of others." "That's not necessarily true." Li Yi waved his hand. In addition to the added value of technology, there is also the cost of labor. 2 hours of work for a farmer is different from 2 hours of work for a commoner. Li Yi began to talk about the cost of labor for Baigu again. The commoners of the Tang dynasty were paid 30 coins for a day's work. The commoners of the Japanese Empire were paid 5 coins for a day's work in the Tang dynasty. The commoners of the Japanese Empire did not lose anything, and neither did the imperial court of the Japanese Empire. They got the goods of the Tang dynasty that they needed, and they paid the normal cost of labor. The ironware of the Tang dynasty was of better quality than that of the Japanese Empire. After the Japanese Empire bought it, they used it to make labor tools and improve labor efficiency. The commoners of the Tang dynasty cut pig grass to feed pigs and raised chickens in the mountains to eat. They sold it at the same price, plus the cost of labor. The Japanese Empire also fed pigs and raised chickens locally. They sent the pigs and chickens to the Tang dynasty to be sold, and the good things they obtained made up for the loss of trade deficit. The purchasing power of the Japanese Empire's copper coins in their own country was not as great as the things they bought in the Tang dynasty. As long as the Japanese Empire was willing to bear the loss of mineral resources, they could still make a profit. Is it that complicated? Baigu put down his cup and rubbed his face with both hands. He felt that he had lived for decades in vain. As the Chancellor's assistant, Li Yi knew how to play with anything that could be done. Li Yi was dumbfounded when he heard what Li Yi was doing. He had originally thought that, as the Prime Minister, he was a chess player, but in the end Li Yi was using the world as a chessboard to set up a trap. It's quite simple, but there are more complicated ones. In the later stage, we can transfer the economic pressure of the Tang dynasty to the outside world. Li Yi shook his head. This was only the beginning. Go on and learn. Baigu looked at the luohan, fruit, floating on the water. Through such trade, the biggest gain is the low-price products. No, through the trade with the Japanese Empire, the greatest gain was teaching the merchants to go to more places to obtain resources. Li Yi placed the matter with the Japanese Empire on the back burner. It was more important to cultivate sea trade talents. Baigu rubbed his temples. I won't ask first. I can't remember. My head hurts. Make a copy for me. Baigu's last words were for the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were recording. After recording, each of them made a copy of what they had written and pieced it together for Baigu. The original copy would be pasted and sent to Li Longji. Li Longji needed to learn. After the copying was done, Baigu did not plan to eat in Zhuangzi. He took 2 thermos bottles and left. He said that he was going to give them to his 2 sisters. His sisters did not live with him, so they did not have thermos bottles at home. "Old Bai, you don't want the kerosene lamps?" Li Yi asked. "I'm sorry to take too much at once. I'll come again next time." Baigu swung the thermos bottles out. "Why don't I feel like you're sorry?" Li Yi watched Baigu walk away and muttered, "It's Dongzhu. It's not convenient for him to take them." His attendant did not come in. Cui Lu said, "Be careful. If he hears it, he'll complain about you." Li Yi laughed. "He can't control me. I'm not afraid." Cui Lu stuck out her tongue and acted as if she had someone to rely on. Baigu crossed the bridge and got on the car to return to the government hall. Fill the 2 thermos bottles with hot water and plug them. See if they leak. If they leak, go to Li Family Zhuangzi and ask for new thermos stoppers. Baigu pointed at the 2 thermos bottles and ordered his subordinates. There was no problem with the flask. If there was a problem, the flask would not be able to leave the factory. The cost of the flask was fixed. The outer shell of the thermos bottle was made of different materials. Some were made of good wood and then inlaid with jade. Li Family Zhuangzi's thermos bottles were all made of bamboo. If they accidentally fell on the ground, the bamboo would cushion them and would not break easily. "So do you collect taxes?" Song Jing and Su Yi went to Baigu's office together. "No, there's not much. But we can help the Japanese Empire and let their currency circulate." Baigu told the 2 about the Li Family Zhuangzi helping to print the currency and trade the goods of the Tang dynasty. He did not mention the idea of letting the Japanese Empire use copper coins at half price. This idea was good, but it would help the Japanese Empire's currency circulate in the country. They were not related to the Japanese Empire. Why should they help the Japanese Empire? It would not benefit the Tang dynasty. Song Jing and Su Yi also had a headache. What added value, labor costs, trade structure, balance? The only thing they knew was that if they followed Li Yi's plan, the Tang dynasty would benefit. Li Yi could suffer losses when facing the people of the Tang dynasty. When facing other countries or tribes, the Tang dynasty could not suffer losses. Li Yi was willing to tolerate internally, but Li Yi was tough on external affairs. Find an opportunity to leak some information to the Japanese Empire's envoys and ask them to come to us. Otherwise, they will be suspicious. Song Jing also learned from Li Yi. In history, he was not good at dealing with external affairs. He was afraid that the Tang dynasty soldiers would take the initiative to attack and cause trouble. Now, he was even more afraid of joining the League. He realized that as long as he adopted a policy of retreat, Li Yi would be able to get him into the League. The Tang dynasty did not have a prime minister. All of the prime ministers had to act according to Li Yi's will. Su Yi said, "I heard from His Majesty that the Japanese Empire's envoys made Princess Yongmu uneasy." Princess Yongmu wrote a letter to Li Yi. She said that the Japanese Empire's envoys came to East City. When they looked at her, she felt that they were coveting her. With such thoughts, can they stop having thoughts that they shouldn't have? Because the other party had a lot of people, they looked very imposing. It was probably because of this that they had other thoughts. If she quickly hid and did not show up, there would not be any problems, and she could live a peaceful life. Princess Yongmu looked very wronged. "I think the Japanese Empire's envoys are going to be unlucky." Su Yi said what Li Longji said to him. Li Longji was angry and scared his daughter. Su Yi said and laughed. He did not think that Princess Yongmu would be in danger. Li Yi was famous for being protective of his children. When Song Da was bullied, how did Li Yi fight back? He defeated shopkeeper Liang and the others in one go. Where did he start and where did he end? He was so domineering. I hope no one dies. Song Jing was afraid that Li Yi would kill someone. He killed the Japanese Empire's envoys without any evidence. What would others think? Bai Gu had the right to speak. Shao Yi will not kill anyone. He only scared the Tubo and Turkic envoys. He did not kill them. When two countries are at war, they will not kill envoys. Moreover, the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty are not at war now. Shao Yi knows what to do. Chapter 928. This place looks more orderly than the East Market. Is this the Li family Zhuangzi's place? The Japanese Empire's envoys strolled from the East Market to the Chengnan Market. It was already noon, and they were looking for a place to eat. They returned to the Four Quarters Embassy to eat. Naturally, it was free of charge since the Tang dynasty's imperial court provided it. They came out on their own. Last time, they were accompanied by people from the Honglu Temple, and the imperial court paid for whatever they wanted to buy. This time, the Honglu Temple's officials accompanied them, and they had no intention of paying at all. You can spend your own money outside. There were still many empty places in the Chengnan market that were ready to be rented out. Most of the existing places were operated by the Li family Zhuangzi, and there were many restaurants. The group of more than 500 people was huge. As soon as they entered the market, the people all looked at them. They recognized that they were the Japanese Empire's envoys, but they didn't care. The people of the Tang dynasty had a kind of pride that came from the depths of their souls toward outsiders. The Tang dynasty was the strongest. All of their confidence came from fighting. If Li Yi was here, he would say that he understood. Just like his own countrymen, the people of other countries were afraid when they mentioned the militarily powerful countries on earth. Many of his countrymen were not afraid, especially when it came to fighting. They dared to fight with all their might. The source of their confidence was that they had helped a peninsular country in a war, and another was that they had helped a country next to Shannon in a war. In both wars, the army of Li Yi's country had paid a heavy price, but they had won both times and achieved their strategic goals. If it weren't for the blood and sacrifice of the soldiers in both wars, the people of his country wouldn't have dared to fight against other countries. The current Tang dynasty was like this. They had always been fighting, and they had won against anyone. Why would they care about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't care about how others looked at them. Their purpose in coming to the Tang dynasty was clear: to learn advanced technology, culture, and political experience. Then, they walked to an area with many small tables and chairs. This was the dining area. No matter where they bought their food, they could eat here. This place didn't belong to any shop. There was a window selling fried chicken legs, chicken breast, and chicken breast wrapped in breadcrumbs to be fried. In addition, there was also soda with ice, which was delivered from the drunken immortal house. The soda was sealed in a sealed jar. There was a tap below, and some sugar and fruits would be placed in the bamboo cups to make fructose powder. If someone wants to drink, add 2 ice cubes and fill half the container. It was carbonated drinks, but the carbonation was not as strong as Li Yi's. Li Yi could have mixed his own carbonated water, but he didn't want to. He just wanted to drink some hot spring water. There were also sausages in bread, vegetable leaves, and jam. There were also people who wanted to eat fried rice, but it wasn't really fried. He fried the eggs with oil and mixed them with other ingredients. Then he poured the steamed rice into it and stirred it with his hands. After stirring, it looked like one grain after another. Li Yi's fast food restaurants also did this. No one really put in the effort to cook that kind of golden fried rice. However, the stir-fried noodles were really stir-fried. After the noodles were cooked, they were placed in a large spoon and stir-fried with supplementary ingredients. He asked the customers if they wanted to add vinegar or soy sauce. The envoy from the Japanese Empire had never eaten such bread, fried chicken, and drinks before, so he chose to eat them for lunch today. Fujiwara Ma-yang took a bag from his subordinate and took out the silver coins. It was made of silver, which was no longer cast in the Japanese Empire. Do you accept it? Fujiwara Ma-yang asked the person who seemed to be the leader of the bomb shop. Yes, how much silver? 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,130 copper coins now. If it's 90% silver, it's 1,017 copper coins. The person in charge was the Li family Zhuangzi's landlord. He gave the exchange rate. The copper in a copper coin definitely couldn't reach 100% purity, but 1 copper coin was calculated in terms of pure copper. Silver was currently in short supply in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't in circulation, so the price fluctuated. Recently, the current technology was able to achieve a purity of 1,130 copper coins. The price set by the gold and silver shop was not set by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a little higher than 90% silver. 1,080 copper coins. Fujiwara Ma-yang bargained. Deal! The Li family Zhuangzi weighed the silver a few times. It was about enough. So some of the Japanese Empire's envoys ate this, and Fujiwara Ma-yang continued to go to other places to buy things with the silver. Other places didn't accept the silver. First, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, and second, they weren't familiar with the price. Moreover, once the silver was out, it involved a lot of money, so the stalls didn't dare to accept it. The market in the south of the city belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Not to mention dozens of taels of silver. They could accept tens of thousands of taels of silver. After walking around, Fujiwara Ma-yang chose the food and waited for others to deliver it one after another. He asked people to gather the small bags and found the place where bread was sold. There's about 100 taels of silver here. Can I exchange it for a certificate? Yes, as long as it's real, whether it's gold, silver, or copper, we can exchange it for anything. The person in charge didn't care about the amount and wasn't afraid of the other party faking it either. After receiving the silver, he looked at the quality and weighed it. He wrote a note and sent someone to bring the silver back to the Li family, Zhuangzi, to withdraw the money. The Japanese Empire's envoys sat down to eat after the food was delivered one after another. The people from the Honglu temple refused to be invited. He paid for it himself. "Give me a big chicken drumstick." "Okay, take the money back." The person in charge agreed, but he didn't accept the money. The officials of the Tang dynasty didn't accept the Japanese Empire's invitation to eat, which meant that they were honest to outsiders. The officials paid for it, so they couldn't accept it. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked this kind of thing. The official smiled and put the money away. He didn't give it back and asked, "Do you have mustard and pickled vegetables?" "I'm not used to that jam." "Go to the other side. There's pickled vegetables there, but I don't have any here." "Hey, old seven, get some pickled vegetables. The people from the Honglu temple want to eat them." The person in charge shouted to the other side, who was 30 meters away. "Got it. I'll send it over now." The other side shouted back. The official from the Honglu temple felt very proud at this moment. The next time the Li Dongzhu wanted to cheat someone, he had to continue to help and do it properly. A woman came over with 2 children. The older one was 7 or 8 years old, and the younger one was 4 or 5 years old. The older one was a girl, and the younger one was a boy. She smiled and said to the person in charge, "The girl has good grades in school. She wants to eat chicken necks. How much can I exchange for? Give some to the boy in the family too. He owes his sister a favor." "Madam, you look familiar." The person in charge frowned as if he couldn't remember. "My son's father is a clerk in Wanyan County. I'm going to Zhuangzi to get something." The woman smiled and replied, "Then what's the point of talking about grades? Just keep it. You can choose what you want to eat. Don't leave anything behind. I'll make the decision." The person in charge knew that it was the official's family, so he smiled. If the official came in person, he could get a discount. If the official's immediate family came, he couldn't accept the money. Giving the official a discount proved that the official was honest and paid for the meal. If the official's family came, it was considered a subsidy. How could the official's family not eat well? If the official's family ate free food today, he would definitely tell the official when he returned home. The official understood that he was still an official. If he made a mistake and was punished, he would lose his benefits. Chapter 9:29. The envoy from the Japanese Empire who had eaten such food for the first time felt it was very novel and thought it tasted good. During Li Yi's time, this food was considered junk food. No one would treat it as a proper meal. But now it was different. Chickens were not grown quickly. They were raised slowly. As for the oil, they would throw it away and use it to make soap. Li Yi did not have oil filter powder. He could only use this method to make Zhuangzi's fried food healthier. Other people could not learn this method. They would add oil when the oil was low. Who would be willing to throw oil away? Most of the restaurants during his time did not throw oil away. Some restaurants even bought gutter oil. When they sold lunch boxes, they used gutter oil. At the same time, they had their own stalls and could order separately. The same dish would cost 2 yuan more to order separately because the oil used was different. The people of the Tang dynasty also knew that the oil was not good for the body if the food was fried for too long. Although they knew, they still had to buy when they saw other people fried food. In Lontian County's Drunken Immortal restaurant, there would sometimes be a big iron pot at the door to fry some food. The people would line up to buy, and the price was the same as other places. When the oil was not good, they would change everything. When it was the turn of the Chengnan market, the people would come by car to buy some children's favorite fried food. They would not go to the East and West markets. If the price was different, the fried food in the East and West markets would be cheaper. No one would buy Li family Zhuangzi's fried food. This was called bad money drives out good money. Li family Zhuangzi's price was the same as other people's. This was called good money drives out bad money. Even if it was a little more expensive, the people would still accept it. If the oil was used for a long time, the fried food would taste different from the freshly fried food. The former tasted like saliva, and the fried noodles tasted bitter. This malatang is too expensive. It's just a small pot with some things added. It's actually 30 yuan. The next person was eating malatang. There were chrysanthemum flour, bean sprouts, dried, shredded tofu, fried beans, a little monkey head mushroom, and 2 pieces of pork belly. Then it was 30 yuan. He saw many people of the Tang dynasty eating it. He looked at the bowl and did not understand why it was so expensive. Takagi Junichiro chose the same food. He didn't think it was expensive and said, "There's sesame oil and chili oil as well as a boiled egg and rice noodles." But 30 renminbi can buy a lot of rice. Next, Dao Zhenbei was thinking about other things. When you go to earthly paradise in 2 days, you will find it more expensive. At the very least, the profits from eating now aren't very high. Takagi Junichiro agreed with the price of the food he was eating now. There was chili oil and monkey head mushrooms. According to his estimation, the profit of a serving of malatang was about 3 to 4 yuan. It belonged to the normal consumption range. If it was in the heavenly earth, it was not a meal at all. The next time Jinbei took a bite, he was suddenly hit by the spiciness. He, who had never eaten chili before, felt the charm of chili. This smell! He wanted to describe it, but he couldn't find the right words. It's not just the taste. There's also a destructive stimulation. The newspaper said that the spiciness of chili is not the taste, but the fragrance of chili is the taste. Other than chili, all other spicy things had the same attributes. Yes, they were called attributes. Therefore, eating spicy food is harmful to the body. Try to regulate it. But in a humid place, the harm of spicy food to the human body is not as good as the help of spicy food to the human body. Takagi Junichiro explained to the people at the same table. It was written in the newspaper. The newspaper never said that something could not be eaten, but told the people what it contained. It didn't matter whether the newspaper was owned or not. What was really valuable was the content recorded in the newspaper. Abita Nakamaro listened to Takagi Junichiro's words and pulled out a set of newspapers from his sleeve. "I've read it. The newspaper sold by Li Family Zhuangzi in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty is really good. I can learn from it in Japan, but I don't know how to print and how to make paper." Abita Nakamaro knew that in the former Tang dynasty there were court bulletins. The official documents were transmitted by copying, and it was impossible to engrave and print. What's the matter with the engraving of the Tang dynasty? Engraving once a day? Movable type printing is the same as movable type. Today, the Tang dynasty has 3 sets. One set is used by the imperial court to print history books, and one set is in the hands of Princess Jingxian to print scriptures. The other set is in the hands of Li Family Zhuangzi. Li Family Zhuangzi has the most sets to print newspapers. I already know how to make the paper, but I don't know how to make the ink. Takagi Junichiro was an envoy to the Tang dynasty. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and knew a lot of things. Can't we just bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty and Princess Jingxian? An envoy next to him whispered. Takagi Junichiro shook his head helplessly. The ink used by the imperial court and Princess Jingxian needs to be bought from Li Family Zhuangzi. Li Family Zhuangzi does not provide the manufacturing technology. Because it involves the layout and printing of the exchange coupons, the ink and special exchange coupons are the key. Can we find the highest official in the Honglu Temple and get the method from Li Family Zhuangzi? Fujiwara Mayang still wanted to bribe. Takagi Junichiro shook his head again. Unless we can find the Tang emperors and get their approval. Others can't. He has that much power. Yamamoto Masato instantly understood. Li Yi of Li Family Zhuangzi didn't give face to anyone except the Tang emperors. Takagi Junichiro shrugged. There was no need to prove it with words, whether he had that much power or not. Wouldn't it be obvious by looking at the current market? What is he like? Abe Nakamaro felt that he had found a breakthrough. Li Yi had a lot of power, so could he get any benefits from Li Yi? If he liked money, give him money. If he liked women, find beautiful women from the country. He likes. Takagi Junichiro was in a dilemma. He didn't know what Lee liked. What he knew was money is useless. Lee has a lot of money himself, more than our country's imperial court. Women are even more useless. There are beautiful and talented women in Pyongkong Square waiting for him at any time, but he's indifferent. And power, he has power now. Yes, he really does. He likes to study new things, such as hot air balloons. Takagi Junichiro suddenly thought of Li's hobby, but after he finished speaking, he sighed again. Sigh? No, he knows ordinary technology, and he knows even things that others don't know. If there's really a powerful technology that he doesn't know, would anyone be willing to give it to him? He's a learned man, and it seems that there's nothing he doesn't know. Even if you want to bribe him, you can't find a place to do so. Takagi Junichiro was tired. He passed on this tiredness to his colleagues. Everyone was depressed together. What the Japanese Empire needs the most now is a direction that can guide the emperor's administration. After the emergence of so many countries, the emperor's actual power has been reduced. Under the social rules of slavery, what the emperor needs the most is to gather power. I believe that after they understand the winged knights, they will imitate the winged knights and create a centralized military force. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji were talking. After Li Longji understood the things that Li Yi and Baigu had discussed, he came over and asked about the Japanese Empire situation and administrative problems. Asking a youth from his own country about the specific problems of another country and how to solve them was generally an idiotic behavior. Li Longji didn't think that he was an idiot. What's wrong with the Japanese Empire? I don't know what's going on over there, but I have brother E. If the Japanese Empire can't figure out a problem, I believe that brother E will know how to solve it. Sure enough, when there's a question, there's an answer. Chapter 930. Is the Japanese Empire a threat to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was even more certain. Li Yi didn't seem to have a good impression of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi shook his head. Not at the moment. They can't beat us. Li Yi was sure that the Japanese Empire was scared by the Tang dynasty in the Battle of Baijiankou. After that, the Tang dynasty developed rapidly, and the Japanese Empire began to study hard. The Japanese Empire is a nation that is good at learning. They won't attack the Tang dynasty if they can't build a fleet that can defeat it. Li Yi mentioned the war more than 50 years ago. The Japanese Empire used mortise and tenon construction on ships, while the Tang dynasty used mortise and tenon with iron nails. The Tang dynasty ships were tall, big, and sturdy. The Japanese Empire's small ships didn't work well with the wolf pack strategy, and the Tang dynasty's generals at that time were also very powerful. If it weren't for the strong enemies outside and the chaos inside, the direction of history would have been different. So, brother E wants to profit from this trade. Li Longji was relieved. The Japanese Empire is short of natural resources, but they have a lot of copper and silver mines. They also have iron mines, but the Tang dynasty doesn't lack iron. Besides, Japan has gold mines. Li Yi remembered something else. Japan was short of resources, but they had everything they needed. Is the smelting technology good? Li Longji wanted to know more about the Japanese Empire from Li Yi. There's no coal. The Japanese Empire has very few coal mines, and they haven't been found yet. The smelting temperature is not high enough, so they need to be forged. Li Yi gave a shortcoming of Japan. The furnace temperature was not high enough, so they could only use the method of burning and hammering to make good weapons. It was similar to the Tang dynasty. Even if they had the method of frying steel, the production was still not enough. No one used the method of frying steel to make farm tools. Frying steel had only one use, and that was to make weapons. Can we sell them coal? Li Longji knew that there was a lot of coal in the Tang dynasty, and he could sell it for money. After asking the question, he vetoed it. No, with coal they can make better weapons. We have to strengthen the coastal patrol. We can't let them take away the species of our Tang dynasty, such as the new seeds of indica rice and medicinal herbs. Li Yi raised a request from another aspect. He actually didn't care about the export of coal. How much could a small boat like the Japanese Empire possibly hold? The key was that he didn't point out the coal mines in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty. Who will pay for the transportation from the land to the seaside? The people of the Tang dynasty had jobs to do. Thinking of this, Li Yi suggested, "Third brother, we can sell coal to the Japanese Empire, and the Japanese Empire will pay the people of the Tang dynasty for their labor." Li Longji was stunned. "I don't think the Japanese Empire will agree. It will cost a lot to transport a cart of coal to the Japanese Empire." He understood. How much would it cost to transport a cart of coal to Luoyang, let alone the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire would have to exchange a carload of copper for a carload of coal. Even if the coal was replaced with coke, how much, or could they refine? Sigh, we can't earn money from the Japanese Empire. They're poor. Li Longji was full of regret. Li wanted to laugh. It was as if the Tang dynasty was rich. "Third brother, it's actually not difficult to earn money from the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire are poor, and the slaves don't have much property. The Japanese Empire's court is rich." Li narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Japanese Empire. They had sent 557 envoys. It was a huge lineup. If he didn't help the Japanese Empire develop its economy, he would be letting the Japanese Empire down. Li Longji was familiar with Li Yi's current state, the rhythm before he wanted to trick someone. "How do we earn money?" he asked. "Sell them good farm tools and kitchen knives. Buy their copper and silver ingots. We don't want ore. If it's ore, the price will be even lower." Li Yi began to consider trading technology for resources. The Japanese Empire's own smelting technology wasn't good enough. It was now the Nara era. It was not until the Asuka era that the Japanese improved their smelting technology. It was during that time that Japanese knives were established. After a few more generations of development, they became a system. Do we use kitchen knives and farm tools to exchange for low quality, or simply smelted copper and silver? Li Longji believed that as long as there was enough of a price difference, business could be done. Li Yi shook his head. "We're not exchanging. We're selling to them. They're selling to us. They sell to us and we give them money. They can use the money to buy other Tang dynasty items." Li Yi emphasized that the process was not bartering. They needed a currency. Without Li Longji asking, Li Yi continued, "I originally wanted to help the Japanese Empire print money. If they sell things to us, they can also use the exchange coupons to spend back in China." Li Yi told Li Longji that the exchange coupons and the Tang dynasty's banknotes could become international currencies. If they used the Tang dynasty's banknotes to buy other people's things, they couldn't use their own banknotes to spend in the Tang dynasty. Others only had one channel, which was to sell things to the Tang dynasty and obtain the Tang dynasty's currency. Only then could they buy the Tang dynasty's products. Otherwise, merchants would go out and use the Tang dynasty's currency to buy things, and the other party would use it to buy things from the Tang dynasty. Li Longji listened with a look of anticipation. With the great Tang seal's money, no matter where he went, others would accept it. If he printed more money, wouldn't it be, "Brother Yi, can we print more money?" Li Longji asked Li Yi's opinion on financial issues. "Yes, take it out and spend it. Some places use the Tang dynasty's currency as their own. That money actually doesn't need to be used in the Tang dynasty to pay for the same amount of goods. Yes, they took the internal circulation, fell into the water, and accidentally burned it. It has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty." Li Longji thought of other people breaking the money and wearing it out after a long time. Li Yi nodded. "In addition, we also have to collect their customs duties and taxes at the coastal border. Use this method to stabilize the value of the overissued money." Li Yi copied it skillfully. Back then, the countries on Earth did this as well. In order to get the other party's money, His country was simply selling blood. A pair of leather shoes produced by them could be sold for hundreds of yuan in China. If it was outside, they would give the leather shoes to others for a few minutes. This way, they could get foreign exchange. The lost money would be subsidized by the state. Now that the Tang dynasty was the strongest in the world, the Tang dynasty's currency must become an international currency. Others would have to pay taxes if they sold things cheaply. After that, they could also carry out anti-subsidy and anti-dumping investigations on other countries' products and make a lot of money. Li Longji didn't know the various follow-up measures, but he felt that what he heard now was enough. Starting from the Japanese Empire, he rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. Bohaisi Khitan Shi tribe. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. That's fine too. Li Longji pointed to the southwest. Having received useful information, Li Longji happily ate a meal, packed 2 servings, and left happily. He wanted to implement it and let the officials of the Tang dynasty make arrangements according to this good method. Li Yi went to the workshop to see the production of the litmus test paper and then sold it to Baigu. Baigu distributed it to the prefectures and counties. You must pay attention to safety. Every step of the operation must be stable. When you find that you can't concentrate, take the initiative to step back. Li Yi first called for everyone to stop working and held a small meeting to emphasize safety. There was sulfuric acid and caustic soda, which were relatively pure. Dongzhu, sulfuric acid, is also useful in war, right? A craftsman pointed to the beaker of sulfuric acid and asked, Chapter 931. Throwing gold from the city wall can also kill people, Li said, and went to teach the nurses with his hands behind his back. The Japanese Empire's delegation continued to stroll around the market in the south of the city. Takagi Junichiro took out a notebook and a pencil. Nowadays, many people in the Tang dynasty have learned how to use pencils. The paper-making technology of the Tang dynasty has improved greatly. Takagi Junichiro had a look of reverence on his face. He respected the Tang dynasty from the bottom of his heart. Abe Nakamaro and the others also admired the culture and technology of the Tang dynasty. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the Japanese Empire being defeated by the Tang dynasty more than 50 years ago. Knowing that their skills were inferior made them want to learn more. Many people in the Japanese Empire couldn't speak the Tang dynasty's language, but there were many people who could speak the Tang dynasty's language. This included the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Tang dynasty was better than painting. There were shadows, and the embroidery looked like real things. The embroidery of Sichuan and the embroidery of Hangzhou and Suzhou was beautiful. It wasn't as simple as silk or satin. The embroidery of the embroidery workers was the best in the world. The silk sold on the Silk Road amazed the people of the western regions, and embroidery was a treasure in the western regions. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire at this time was trying to get closer to the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire in the Nara period was also beautiful. The Japanese Empire's envoys weren't thinking about embroidery at this time. They were admiring the prosperity of the Tang dynasty's Chang. And that little girl is teaching the child to read? Shinichi Jinbei suddenly pointed at a place as he walked. A young woman with a 3- or 4-year-old boy was holding a newspaper and teaching the child to read. Takagi Junichiro nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Yi is teaching people to read pinyin in the newspaper and also printing dictionaries. There are too few illiterate people in the capital today. As soon as he said this, the envoys were envious again. Now, the Japanese Empire's reading tools were still placed together with the Tang dynasties. In other words, most of the content was from the Tang dynasty. This included early dictionaries with Chinese characters on the cover. Just like the countries with the Taiji diagram on the peninsula, Chinese characters were the most important. Even the names of their cities were all in Chinese characters. Now that they saw that they could learn something else, they were thinking about it again. They hoped that they could learn it, including the dictionary, and send it back to Japan. Therefore, they strolled around for an entire afternoon before returning to the Four Quarters Embassy for dinner. They planned to hold a meeting to discuss what they should learn from the Tang dynasty. It would be best if I could get some seeds, a method to make paper money, and medical books too. Fujiwara Mayang actually liked everything he saw and wanted to take it back. Based on the treatment of the previous diplomatic missions to the Tang dynasty, he believed that whatever he wanted to learn would be taught in the Tang dynasty. It was the same now. If Li Yi can go to Japan to teach, we will treat him with the highest courtesy. Abe Nakamura was still thinking about how to get Li Yi there. His idea was simple. He didn't need Li Yi to stay in Japan for a long time. A year or two would be enough. If possible, he wanted to find many beautiful women to serve Li Yi and have children with Li Yi. Why don't we ask to see the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty tomorrow? The rest of you can continue to look at things in Chang. And Shimoto Jinbei suggested. The rest time was enough for them to understand the situation a little. He didn't want to waste time. Everyone dispersed to look for things they could learn and things they wanted to learn. At the same time, Li Longji invited the 3 prime ministers and Wei Jigu to a banquet. The 4 of them were more familiar with Li Yi than with the others. As for the others, there was no need. It was best not to have any interactions with Li Yi. Li Yi talked about the internationalization of currency today. It will be helpful for the foreign trade and cultural promotion of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji invited the 4 ministers to eat the Mandarin duck pot, which was a carp pot. Although Li Longji's surname was Li, he still ate carp and didn't restrict others from eating it. Even the people of the Tang dynasty liked to eat carp sashimi. His poems all had carp in them. It was a test of knife skills. Carp had many bones. A carp was cut in half and placed into the Mandarin duck pot. After the chicken soup boiled, the meat and vegetables were boiled. As they ate, the fish was cooked. Using mutton to boil, it was delicious. The Japanese Empire might accept it, but the barbarians might not. Su Yi believed in Li Yi's ability, as long as the Japanese Empire's envoy was in Chang, and Li Yi would have a way to make the other party accept it. The overseas barbarians in Canton had no use for the Li family's exchange coupons, even if they were to use them. What the barbarians wanted more was goods. They could bring a ship of goods over and exchange it for a ship of goods back to make money. Bai Gu had a different opinion. Zhang Jiling is in charge of the shipping department. Xiao Yi asked people who trade with the barbarians to form an organization and raise the price as a whole. This might be a breakthrough point. It's difficult. Even if we use the exchange coupons to buy goods from the other party, and the other party agrees, the other party will still have to spend all the coupons to buy goods and ship them back. Song Jing supported Su Yi's opinion. The barbarians wanted the exchange coupons, but they couldn't exchange them for money. What they needed were goods. Take it slow, officials. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He believed that if the officials were in a difficult situation, he could ask Li Yi later and solve it. The most important thing now was to make the Japanese Empire accept it first. Whether it was to print money for the Japanese Empire or to use the exchange coupons for the Japanese Empire. Li Longji held his wine cup. He was in a good mood. The Japanese Empire had just arrived, and everything had been arranged. Next, he just had to wait for the Japanese Empire to cooperate with the Tang dynasty bit by bit and sell the good things from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiling was also eating fish in the department of shipping that was mentioned by several people. Guangzhou had a lot of sea fish and he was eating steamed fish. He was drinking yellow rice wine which had been warmed. His hometown was not far from here, and he had adapted to the climate. It was more humid, and he just had to get used to it. The road was repaired, and the number of people coming and going increased, especially in the current month, when the north was not cold. When the caravans came from other places and saw the barbarians' ships docked, they would wait for the barbarians to take out their goods to sell. At the same time, they would also sell their goods to the barbarians. In the past, the barbarians and the merchants would negotiate the price alone. Now, all the merchants had to take out their goods. They would divide the goods into different types and grades and set the price. No one was allowed to sell alone. At the same time, the shipping department would collect taxes from the barbarians. If the barbarians did not have money, they would deduct 1/10 of the goods. At first, the barbarians were unwilling and wanted to talk to the merchants of the Tang dynasty alone. After some of them were caught and most of their goods were confiscated, the other barbarians agreed. Needless to say, the merchants of the Tang dynasty were a lowly profession, and the government could punish them if they wanted to. Moreover, they all knew that the capital government collected taxes, and the money used for their daily transactions was the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. I've found the person. You've got back the money you were cheated of, and you've also fined them 3 times the amount. Let's do it, Zhang Jiling said to Wei Yefeng, who was sitting in front of him, as he used his chopsticks to scoop out a bit of beef chili sauce from a glass bottle and put it into his mouth. Wei Yefeng was the one who brought the onion seeds to scam the barbarians, and was caught by Li Yi in the end. When he came back, he brought back the goods that Li Yi had given him, as well as a letter for Zhang Jiling. Yesterday, he had caught the barbarians who had scammed him, and the shipping department had come forward to catch them. The barbarians had confessed and were willing to compensate. They had also said that the seeds were not bad and were different from green onions. Chapter 932. Zhang Shirbois, actually Dong Zhu, said that those things were really good. Wei Yefeng also felt that the barbarians were wronged. Whether the things are good or not is secondary. The main thing is that the barbarians can't sell them and use them to cheat. Zhang Jiling had his own judgment. Some people treated gems as stones and used them to increase their value when selling goods. The gems were valuable, but that didn't mean that the person was right. I'll listen to Zhang Shirbois. Wei Yefeng didn't refute. In any case, he had made up for the lost money. As for the fine, it was up to the Ministry of Shipping. However, he was worried. Zhang Shirbois, the imperial court, didn't ask you to collect taxes. Now, they want you to clarify the situation of the Ministry of Shipping. It's already clear. It was Li Yi who wrote the letter that told me to collect taxes when the time was right. In the past month, the Ministry of Shipping has collected 32,000 taels worth of goods. The total trade volume is 320,000 taels. If it wasn't for the lack of coupons, I would have let the barbarians accept coupons instead of bartering. Zhang Jiling had a stubborn temper. He didn't want to be an official and didn't want to be an official. When he returned to his hometown, he wanted to fix the roads. He wrote a letter to the imperial court and became a road builder. History was changed by Li Yi. On his way back, Li Yi sent people to catch up with him and told him to fix the roads. He even gave him a lot of money. According to history, he shouldn't have written a letter to the imperial court yet. In the end, he was arranged to be in charge of the Ministry of Shipping in Guangzhou. The Guangzhou government couldn't control the Ministry of Shipping and had to cooperate with the Ministry of Shipping to crack down on smuggling. At first, the Ministry of Shipping didn't have its own people. Zhang Jiling found people from his hometown to help while learning. His hometown was Xiaozhou's Zhujiang, which was relatively close to Guangzhou. When he fixed the roads, everyone thought of him. When he called for help, people would follow him. Therefore, he listened to Li Yi and collected taxes for the imperial court. He didn't sell the things he collected in Guangzhou. When the quantity increased, he sent a team to Chang and handed it to Li Yi. Zhang Jiling didn't feel at ease letting Li Yi exchange it for money for the imperial court. Even if he gave it to the Ministry of Revenue, he felt that the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't sell it. As for whether or not Li Yi would be greedy, that was a joke. How much money did Li Yi take out? Would he care about something that was worth tens of thousands of taels? Wei Yefeng also reached out his chopsticks to scoop up some beef chili sauce. I'll wait for them to sell the soap and scented soap they brought from Chang, and then I'll raise the price. You have to guard your little mirror well. Sometimes, when the barbarians see a profit, they will hire the locals to rob it, Zhang Jiling reminded him. The natives weren't stupid. Sometimes they would join forces, and sometimes they would hire local people to work for them. The barbarians used their own things to exchange for things from the Tang dynasty and some food. Then they used the food to hire people. The local people with household registration didn't dare to do anything bad. But the mountain people without household registration were fierce. Wei Yufeng wasn't afraid. I've also found a lot of people and told them that I'll give them some of the things I sell. Li Dongzhu also gave me a lot of malaria pills. Since they had malaria, I gave them to them for free. They said that Your Majesty ordered someone to make it and give it to them. They are very grateful to Your Majesty. Wei Yefeng was confident that everyone's relationship with each other could be good. 6 of the villagers who had contracted malaria were cured by him with pills. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to write a letter to Li Yi. No matter how much he wants, it's a pity that he doesn't have any pigeons to send over. When Zhang Juling talked about pigeons, he felt a little regretful. He had raised pigeons. A few days ago, he sent someone to send a pigeon cage to Chang, and then handed it to Li Yi. When Li Yi had something to do in the imperial court, he would release a few pigeons to send a letter back. However, Li Yi said that he also raised pigeons in Chang, but he didn't see them. He thought that they must have been sent to the border. Zhang Sherbo, according to the previous situation, there will be more barbarians in 2 months' time. We have to guard against merchants who contact the barbarians and go to other seaside to trade. Wei Yefeng reminded him. The 10% tax was too high. The barbarians would rather pay 5% of the profits to the merchants and keep 5%, which was less than paying taxes. Bai Gu nodded. This is easy. Send out a notice and let everyone know. If any merchants are found to be trading with the barbarians, the informant will get half the value of the goods. That's great. Wei Yefeng admitted that this was a good idea. Half the value of the goods was unbelievable. It was money that many locals couldn't earn in a few lifetimes. He believed that once the notice was sent out, countless people would be watching everywhere, hoping to catch one. They would become rich overnight and become a big family. Wei Yefeng knew that once the notice was sent out, the merchants wouldn't dare to trade with others in private. The difference between getting a little profit and taking a risk was too big. If the informant got half of the goods, how would the government deal with the merchants? Would they confiscate all the goods? Dream on. The government would confiscate their property. I wonder what Chang is like this year. Zhang Juling missed Chang, and when he was in Chang and he saw the Li family, Zhuangzi, constantly bringing out good things. When he left, the water network was completed. The merchants who came in winter said that they started to have sleds. Wei Yefeng shook his head. When I came back, it was about the same as before. However, a large area in the south of the city was built with houses. I'll ask tomorrow. Zhang Juling raised his wine cup. The next day, the notice was sent out for everyone to report. They also sent people to other places to spread the news. Few people were literate, so they mainly spread the news by word of mouth. Just as he thought, many mountain people came out and stared at the notice. The fishermen stared even more. I'm looking forward to a private trade. Let me live a good life. The merchants kept quiet out of fear. This was too ruthless. The more rewards there were, the more they would be punished when they were caught. Are there any merchants from Chang'an? Mai Zhangweng wants to know something. Zhang Juling's housekeeper came to the place where the merchants gathered and shouted. I am from Chang and Tang family. Mai Dongzhu and Li Dongzhu have a good relationship. I know. Immediately, someone stood out and reported his name. He felt that his family's name was not very useful. He felt that he was talking about Li Dongzhu. Follow me. The housekeeper waved. The merchant who was sent out hurriedly followed. He had to establish a good relationship with the Department of Shipping. Brother Tang. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wait a minute, there is someone else. The person who called me is the housekeeper of shopkeeper Liang's family. He was given a surname like me. The person stopped and turned around to introduce to Zhang Jiuling's housekeeper. "Come with me." The housekeeper agreed. The person ran out and cupped his fists to the Tang family to express his gratitude. They were with the main family. If they did well, they would be given the main family surname. It turned out that the surname was not important. If they followed the main family surname, they would be part of the family. The two of them walked over and stopped outside the door. The housekeeper went in first to inform Zhang Jiuling. After a while, he came out and said, "Come in." "No lies." "No, what's there to fake?" The Tang clan's people said. "We know that Li Dongzhu and Zhang Wang are on good terms. He gave Zhang Wang money to build roads and arranged for the winged knights to escort him." "No, it was arranged by His Majesty," the Liang family member said. He quickly corrected himself. His Majesty had the highest authority. Only His Majesty could mobilize the winged knights. When they entered, Zhang Jiuling gestured, "Please take a seat." Servants served tea. "How is Chang'an?" Chapter 933. The Li family Zhuangzi has built many warehouses. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are selling well. Last year, it snowed heavily and many houses collapsed. The winged knights were dispatched, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics. The 10 miles in is being built. It will be here soon. Everyone is raising insects now. Bean worms are called bean sky moths. Don't confuse them with frost sky moths. There are 30,000 recruits in Taibai Mountain. I heard they are not weak. Those who escape to the capital will be registered as refugees. The Hoku waterfall of the Yellow River has been built. Many surrendered households have come. They are all arranged by Li Dongzhu. When we came out, the Li family Zhuangzi continued to collect tea. They should be collecting wormwood in a few days. At night, all the places in and around Chang and will be lit up. The Li family Zhuangzi will pay for it. We brought many newspapers over. If Mr. Zhang wants to read them, we will bring them over. The two of them talked about what happened when they came out. They did not know what happened after that. Zhang Jiuling listened and tried to imagine what the two of them were talking about in his mind. What about Li Yi? Zhang Jiuling wanted to know what Li Yi had done. You mean Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu did not do anything. The Li family Zhuangzi is not accessible to ordinary people. I know a little. Li Dongzhu sold many horses to the court. Then he dug wells further north to cross the desert. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu sent the 220 people who passed the imperial examination last year to the villages of the capital. Yes. That happened. Li Dongzhu hired many people to process things. Yes. That happened. The Liang family was talking and the Tang family was echoing. Zhang Jiuling asked some more questions and asked the housekeeper to send the two of them away. I really want to go back and take a look. With Li Yi around, the capital office changes every year. No, it changes every month. When Zhang Jiuling found out about this matter, he sighed emotionally. He also wanted to see the capital magistrate's office become different every day and the commoners live better and better lives. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back now. Even though Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan had gone down, Lu Huaishan had gone down as well. Back then, it was because of these two people that he had resigned from his position. As he had wished, the two of them had lost their positions as prime minister. It was actually not difficult for him to go back now. But he couldn't leave. If he left, who would be the city's shipping commissioner? Every day, a large number of goods were traded, and every transaction was not a small sum. In a few days, as Wei Yefeng had said, even more ships would arrive. Wouldn't that be 100,000 taels of tax every month? In a year, just the Guangzhou City shipping division alone was worth millions. 1 million taels of silver could allow the Tang dynasty to fight a big war, the kind that had sufficient logistical supplies. I have to stay here until the imperial court sends someone over. I can only leave after I've taught the successor well. Zhang Jiuling was afraid that if he left, the successor would not do his job well. He was even more worried that the successor would accept bribes. Just as he was thinking, the butler came in again. Dong Zhu, Li family Zhuangzi is here. The pigeon breeder has brought 80 pigeons and other things. Quickly invite him in. Zhang Jiling stood up and wanted to personally welcome him. He was not here to welcome anyone, but to receive the pigeons. Previously, he had thought that Li Yi would send the pigeons to the border, but he didn't expect them to be sent to Guangzhou. The pigeon breeder seemed to be more important. The pigeons were used to him and listened to his orders. The pigeons couldn't be released, so they could only stay in the pigeon house. Once released, they would run away. If someone else were to take care of them, the pigeons would not be familiar with them and would cause problems. When he walked to the gate of the city shipping division, the pigeon breeder and the others had just arrived. Zhang Wang, the other party, very tacitly cupped their fists together. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Jiling looked at the pigeon house. The pigeons also looked around curiously as they cooed. Quickly, go and build a new pigeon house. Guangzhou is humid, and the pigeons are not used to it. If they want to fatten up, go and get some pigeon food. Zhang Jiling smiled. The pigeons were not bad. They didn't lose weight because of the long journey. This showed that the pigeon breeder had taken good care of them on the way. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were indeed extraordinary. Greetings, Zhang Wang. I am Wang Fangzheng from the Li family Zhuangzi. This is the pigeon breeder, Pang Xan. The leader of the team came forward and introduced himself and the pigeon breeder. There was no need to introduce the others. He was the leader of the team. Good. Quickly come in. Zhang Jiling paid enough attention to them. The people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi were not ordinary. They could be the county magistrate in any county. A lot of things were moved in. Zhang Jiling's butler also brought the pigeon food. There were many boxes with different things in them. Pang Xian ignored the others and went to take things from the boxes. He looked, smelled, and ate. Zhang Jiling looked at him with a satisfied expression. This was a pigeon breeder. Wang Fangzheng followed Zhang Jiling in while the others checked the items outside. How is Chang'an? Zhang Jiling sat on the chair opposite Wang Fangzheng. There was a tea table between them. He asked anxiously even before the water was given. Replying to Zhang Wang, everything is fine. This time, we have 200,000 yuan in exchange coupons of various denominations. Dong Zhu had overdrawn the money for the bicycles in advance. It is not considered an overpayment. It is used to circulate the goods in Guangzhou City. The money belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the process of circulation, it will offset taxes. Wang Fangzheng talked about the money first. In fact, it was fine to overpay. The overpaid coupons could be used to buy things. These things could be used as collateral, as long as the coupons were not misappropriated. Even if the other party used the money to buy other things, the coupons would still be valuable. If the imperial court did this, with the addition of the 10% tariff, the excess coupons would be earned back after every 10 transactions. Then, there would be a circulating currency equivalent to the overpaid coupons. In other words, as long as the foreign goods supplier recognized the coupons would not be overpaid. Every time the coupons were printed, they could be used to buy the same thing. If the profits from the goods sold in the Tang dynasty were taken into account, the overpaid coupons would increase in value. This was the advantage of a country's currency becoming an international currency. It was a very unreasonable capital plunder. Li Yi was now using Guangzhou City's shipping department to try it out. If you said he was overpaying, he was overdrawing. However, overdraft was reflected when the currency was issued. When he bought something from someone else and the other party paid the tariff, the degree of overdraft would change accordingly. The function of the tariff was to turn the overpaid coupons into the standard currency. It needed a circulation process. The higher the tariff, the faster the return of the standard currency under the condition that the value of the foreign goods did not change. when the ratio of the tax multiplied by the number of overpaid coupons was equal to the overpaid coupons. The credit coupons of the overpaid coupons would become the standard currency. The Tang dynasty's currency was stable, and other countries would bear the losses in the process of this transaction. This was the reason why the currency of the countries on the other side of the world depreciated very little at Li Yi's time. They were international currencies, and they had this innate advantage. In theory, the currency of that country should not depreciate. The reason why it depreciated meant that the domestic consumption demand was greater than the total amount of currency issued. Chapter 934. When our country's production technology is unable to form an absolute advantage over other countries, our country's currency will depreciate if we spend too much in advance. After dawn, Li Longji went to the Li family zhuangzi. He wanted to discuss the Japanese Empire's trade and currency issues with Li Yi. But Li Yi started talking about currency theory. It was not purely financial. It included production technology and productivity. What he said was the reason why the countries on Earth tried to suppress his country's electronic products and tertiary industry. Electronic products belong to the field of technology. Once they are in operation, the cost will be lower than the actual value. It will have an impact on the country. The tertiary industry is services. Electronic services are apps. Once the scale is large, there will be an outflow of capital. So what is the most direct consequence? The country's currency will depreciate. That's why the crazy president of the country on Earth wants to clean up Li Yi's industry. If he doesn't clean up, the stability of the currency will be broken. Then the currency will depreciate and lose its international status. The consequences of currency devaluation would lead to a serious problem of currency backflow for international currencies. For example, $M is an international currency. It is worth 1 trillion yuan. It buys a lot of products from other countries, and these products are consumed in the country. After 20 cycles, this 1 trillion yuan is not overpaid. There is no need to depreciate, and the money is earned back. The products that other countries sold to him in the past were all physical objects. Ores, metals, leather, small commodities. The physical objects have value, even if they will be damaged. But one day, a country's app is sold. The app is not a physical object, and it will make money crazily. The money earned can be used to buy things in other countries. If it is bought in one go, the domestic goods will be exported. If they want to buy food, so much money will be spent. The domestic food prices will increase, and $M will be inflated. More similar things will happen. $M will continue to depreciate. In terms of high-tech, it will lose its dominance. What will happen? The depreciation will be too great, and the credibility will be reduced. Then, more countries will hold $M and use them to buy things in other countries. $M is not a standard currency. It is a credit currency. The overpayment needs to be balanced. Once everyone uses the money to buy things in that country, the prices of things in that country will increase. Inflation will occur, and the people will have to bear this loss. The citizens' hard-earned money was worthless. Their purchasing power fell, and the economic crisis broke out. This was the result of losing the technological lead, and at the same time the tertiary industry of other countries stealing the value of their currency. Therefore, they had to punish you and force you to sell the app. Otherwise, their currency system would collapse. Money would flow back, resources would be spent, and inflation would occur. That is to say, a country had once used its technological advantage to release an excessive amount of credit currency. When technology was unable to govern, the credit currency would cause great harm to the country itself. Li Yi didn't talk about his past. He just explained the concept to Li Longji in an easy-to-understand way. Li Longji understood. He now wanted to enshrine all the people from the Li family zhuangzi who had died. You guys are too great. So many of you died, but in the end, you brought Li Yi over to take over zhuangzi. That was how we got to know Brother Yi. Oh, and Big Brother as well. It was Big Brother who went to the imperial plantation first and found out about the situation. Brother E, are you saying that with our technological advantage, we can use technology to make up for the excessive amount of currency? Li Longji couldn't wait to set up a specialized technology research and development organization. Yes, including the difference in technology, price, and tariffs. If the other party sells us things that don't have any technological content, we will charge them tariffs. If we sell them things with technology, they won't dare to charge us tariffs. If we don't sell them things with high technological content, they won't accept it no matter how much they pay. For example, lathes. The lathes in Zhuangzi are constantly improving. Then the things made with the lathes are also very high-tech. The lathes are definitely not to be sold. The tools made with the lathes are restricted even if others want to buy them. Li Yi admitted that this was the case. His country back then was restricted by all kinds of technology, not to mention lathes. Even derivative products were not allowed. However, his country back then was awesome. If you restrict me, I will fight in that aspect. If you don't let me enter the space station to cooperate, I will launch the space station myself. If you don't give me a 100,000-ton hydraulic press, I will build it myself and then sell a 200,000-ton hydraulic press. Thank you. Thank you for the adversity you have given us. We are like kites that soar into the sky in the face of adversity. You don't sell the 5-axis linkage to us. Now, we also have 3D printing technology. There is a limit to the development of technology. 10 years of development is leaps and bounds. After 10 years, every step will be difficult. Our country will chase after these 10 years and then stand with you at every step. We will even overtake you at the corners faster than you because our foundation was more solid in those 10 years. You can stop us for a while, but can you stop us for a lifetime? As Li Yi thought about it, he revealed a proud expression. The Tang dynasty's technology is limited. You can't catch up in 100 years, and the Japanese Empire can't either. The Japanese Empire is good at learning, but it depends on who the opponent is. Our country is better at learning. The Japanese Empire can bear hardships and brag to other countries, but in front of our country, you are still not good enough. Li Longji didn't know what Brother Yi was thinking, but he suddenly noticed that Brother Yi's state was different. On the surface, he looked more peaceful, but the look in his eyes gave people a feeling that he was about to soar. Brother Yi. Li Longji said carefully, "What?" Li Yi also lowered his voice. "Do you need to strengthen the defense of your mother bed?" Li Longji was worried. "I built 3 sets, 2 of which are underground. Once they can be improved and upgraded, I will put them underground. Actually, there is no need to do this. I am just being cautious. Others can't break in. Even if a few of them fight to the death to get in, it will be useless. That thing can't be fixed just by looking." Li Yi was never worried about problems with his mother bed. Now, the mother bed in Zhuangzi was constantly being updated, and the degree of precision would be better with each generation. In addition, he has enough theoretical support. After a while, he can produce semiconductors. At most 2 years, maybe 1 year. We don't need to send messages 10 miles away. We have to maintain the logistics. I will take something out, and we can send a telegram. Li Yi revealed something in advance. He had enough technology to send a telegram, and it was hardware. He doesn't need to take detours. He has the technology, and he can send it directly. What is a telegram? Li Longji had seen good lathes. They were not as good as the equipment in Li Yi's hospital, but they were good things that he could build himself. I am writing to you from thousands of miles away. Yes, even if I am writing a letter, you will receive the letter after a few breaths. This is a telegram. Li Yi thought about his words and tried to explain it to Li Longji in a simple way. Chapter 935. There's such a magical thing? Is it easy to make? Li Longji finally understood. It was called a telegraph. If 2 people were far apart, they could send messages to each other in the blink of an eye. It's not easy. Without the triode, the transmission distance is limited. We need to set up a telegraph receiving station in the middle of the road. Li Yi shook his head gently. Semiconductors were developed to increase the transmission distance of telegraph signals. Otherwise, if they set up a point dozens of kilometers away and received the message from the previous point, they would not need to translate it and send it directly. The transmission would continue until the destination was reached. This speed was actually quite fast. At least, it was faster than riding a horse. The disadvantage was that there were too many relay stations. If one of them had a problem, the message would be inaccurate. How long will it take? Li Longji became anxious again. 1 year if it's fast, 2 or 3 years if it's slow. It's easy to say. The main thing is the electronic components. Otherwise, I can make a simple one for you now. It uses batteries. Li Yi had a simple telegraph mechanism and did not need to amplify the signal. More advanced than surveillance technology. Li Longji remembered the set in the palace and the one in Zhuangzi. Li Yi opened his eyes wide and shook his head vigorously. It's too far away. Even if you give me 10 years, I won't be able to make that set. If his technology had reached the level of making surveillance equipment, he would have made an atomic bomb long ago. How many basic industries would that involve? No, there was no need to make an atomic bomb. The munitions factory would make AK series rifles and remake bullets. There was no need for cannons. A few thousand people with an AK each could destroy a country. Oh, Li Longji was a little disappointed. He really hoped that there would be more of those things so that he could monitor the entire Chang. If the distance could be further, he would just throw it at the Protectorate General. He did not know that what he was thinking of was already used by Li Yi at that time. If he installed surveillance cameras at home, as long as there was a signal no matter where he was, he would be able to see it on his phone. Right now, the most important thing is to build the relay station. Even if there is a telegraph, it's only for transmitting messages. The relay station is more important for the military and the people's livelihood. Li Yi did not want to bite off more than he could chew. Starting from the basics, the only thing that the Tang dynasty did not need technology was the relay station. It should be completed before autumn. At the same time, the newspapers will be officially published. Speaking of this, Li Longji seemed to be in a good mood. In the Tang dynasty, relay stations were being set up. Other places were a little slower, but the border was about to be set up. At the same time, the best horses were assigned to the courier stations from the border to Chang, and so that they could send messages using the extreme speed of the horses. Where the horse could not go, the speed of the courier was tested. What the courier needed to do was to run from one point to another. By the time they reached their destination, they would have no strength at all. Hand over the letter and relay it to the relay station. Of course, he couldn't be alone every time. What if he fell on the road, was bitten by a snake, or was taken away by a tiger? Brother, tell me about the goods that you want to sell to the Japanese Empire. Li Longji knew about the currency and was preparing to trade with the Japanese Empire. The first time he went there, he bartered. Li family Zhuangzi's tea leaves, embroidery, good kitchen knives, short curved plows, soap, rock sugar, chili powder, and dried diced carrots. Li Yi thought for a while and said a few things. Li Longji did not care about other things, but he was interested in plows. Give them good farming tools. For trade, they must be led by people from the Japanese Empire. They must replenish their water at some places before going to Pingchang or the capital. Li Yi explained the reason. He believed that the envoys of the various states and countries had already collected the things that the people of the Tang dynasty used. If he did not give them to them, would they not say anything? He could restrict the physical objects, but he could not erase their memories. Since he could not stop them, he might as well be generous. Currently, the capital of the Japanese Empire was in Nara, so they had to go around Kyushu. There are coal mines in Kyushu, and another place with many coal mines was in Hokkaido. There was a place on Kyushu that was specially used to receive envoys from other countries. It was Fukuoka Prefecture, and it was also an important military base. However, Trading with Kyushu would not make much money. Pingcheng, or the capital, was the key. The goods could be transported by sea to a place called Osaka by Liyi in the Jiangyi district. After traveling for dozens of miles, the goods could be transported to the capital of the Japanese Empire. The capital there was like the capital of the Tang dynasty. The people there were relatively rich. What do you want? Li Longji was indifferent. Anyway, since Li Yi said to prepare these goods, he would prepare them. Copper, silver, and ores are also fine. Adjust the price. In addition, I want raw silk, cooked silk, and silk fabrics from the Japanese Empire. Li Yi gave him the things he needed. The current smelting and embroidery technology of the Japanese Empire was still not good enough. Historical records showed that for decades, this was how the trade was done. The Japanese Empire used silk to weave cloth and exchanged it for embroidery from the Tang dynasty. Copper was also given to the Tang dynasty to exchange for copper coins from the Tang dynasty, Kaiyuan Tongbao. Silver was even more so. If the technology was not good enough, they would be at a disadvantage in trade. At the thought that the Japanese Empire was willing to exchange for Kaiyuan Tongbao, Li Yi added, bring Zhuangzi's exchange coupons over. The coupons are also very exquisite. They won't accept it, right? Li Longji felt that if other countries gave him paper money, he would not accept it. Give it to them for free. When the next batch of goods is sent over, allow them to use the coupons to buy things. Li Yi thought of a good idea. When the coupons were sent over, the people of the Japanese Empire would be curious about them and write the amount of money on them. The key was that the paper money was beautiful and could not be copied. If they knew that they could use it to buy goods from the Tang dynasty next time, would they try to trade it themselves? Even if they did not trade, the paper money would not be thrown away. The next time they went to the Tang dynasty, they would allow people with paper money to buy things. The credibility of the paper money would be guaranteed. They would even bring some merchants and goods from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty and let them see the use of the exchange coupons in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji took this matter seriously. He learned how to use money to bully people. This is a good idea. Li Longji got what he wanted and left happily. 2 days later, Li Longji officially received the envoys from the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire was not a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, so the letter of credence was equal. The envoys gave something, and Li Longji gave something in return and rewarded the envoys. The banquet continued. Everyone ate and drank. Li Longji asked some questions about the Japanese Empire. After the banquet, the envoys from the Japanese Empire returned to the Four Quarters Embassy happily. The Tang dynasty was not bad, and the emperor of the Tang dynasty was also friendly. Then, it was time to move on to the next step. They found the person in charge and asked to write a letter to the prime minister. They were anxious and wanted to confirm some technology as soon as possible. They did not count on gunpowder. It was used for war, and the formula could not be given to their own country. They should be able to print it, right? They said they were going back to print books and Buddhist scriptures from the Tang dynasty. They did not know if they could give the hot air balloon. What reason could they give? Could they fly from Japan to the Tang dynasty? Could they pass the message quickly? Also, it was best to send someone to teach them medical books. Reading books was not as good as having someone teach them. Then they asked Li Yi if he was willing to be the Japanese envoy of the Tang dynasty to Japan for an exchange. When they passed by Hunan, they were planting a new kind of rice. It was said that it had a short maturity period. Could they bring a ship of seeds back? With these thoughts in mind, Abita Nakamaro wrote a letter to Song Jing and asked an official to deliver it. Song Jing saw the letter and shook his head, helplessly. Dream on. Li Yi will not agree. Chapter 936. Song Jing said that if Li Yi didn't agree, the technology of printing newspapers could be passed on. He believed that many people in the imperial court would also think that the seeds should be brought back to the Japanese Empire. This was the case in the past. For example, many of the crops of the Tang dynasty didn't exist before and were brought back from the western regions by the previous dynasty. The grapes were sent over decades ago and were then planted in the Tang dynasty. The price of grape wine was very high. When it came to Li Yi seemed to think that everything was a treasure and couldn't be given to others. If Xiao Yi doesn't agree, what can others do? The ink is in his hands, and the imperial court can only get the printed books from the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Go explained who had researched this thing and who had helped to find the seeds. If Xiao Yi didn't want more people to eat carrots, he wouldn't take out the seeds for others to plant. He didn't give the chili and used it to make money. The seeds didn't belong to him. The Japanese Empire lacked the ability to mix other things in the seeds, and it was difficult to detect it in a short period of time. Su Yi supported Li Yi on this point. If we give them the printed materials, what if the other party researched the exchange coupons and printed fake money? The Tang dynasty won't be able to bear it. Tell them that the hot air balloon is too dangerous and will lose your life if you fall from the sky. It's not suitable to give it to others. Some of the seeds may be able to reduce the Japanese Empire's food production. In order to protect the Japanese Empire's food, they can't be taken out. Let them think of their own medical books. If the imperial court doesn't have enough medical books, they can buy them themselves. As for medical skills, they can attend the lectures together if they want to exchange knowledge. It's not good to refuse. Song Jing thought of a few reasons that weren't reasonable. He believed that the Japanese Empire would understand. If the Japanese Empire still wanted the seeds, they could find a way to send them to the beach. The coastline was so long that it couldn't stop them. I'll write a letter to Xiao Yi. Bai Gu wanted to ask. Li Yi had the most say in this matter. When Li Yi received the letter, he was making a spring-loaded toy gun. It could be used to hit soybeans or small stones. Big brother, if we sell it to the children of wealthy families, the sales should be good, right? Li Yi assembled a pistol made of bamboo. It was not painted yet and looked very beautiful. It was a single-shot gun. Every time he pulled the trigger, he would fire a shot. You can also use springs to make continuous shots, but the range is very short. It's not fun. Li Qingqi tried it a few times. In the summer, children use pumps to fight in the water. The trade union received a lot of orders, and some businessmen saw a business opportunity in it. He went on to say something else, which proved that children like to play. The spring force of this gun is not strong. If you want to hit a stone, tell the child not to aim it at people. I'm afraid it will hit his eyes. Li Yi actually didn't think that a child would be hurt by such a gun. The children also threw stones and made small bows and arrows. Of course, the children understood that they could not shoot at people. Bai Gu wants you to make a list of what you can't teach to the Japanese Empire and what you can't bring out. Li Qingqi read the letter together and asked. Li Yi frowned. He was more conflicted. The Tang dynasty's maritime blockade was not good. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, he still had ships to smuggle at sea. The coastline was long, and there were too many places to manage. In addition, fishermen would fish near the coast. The small fishing boats had no serial number, no positioning system, and no radar in the Tang dynasty. Don't worry about the medicinal materials. If the Japanese Empire wants to transport, they can collect them themselves. The more we restrict them, the better they will think things are. Li gave up on stopping them. He opened the door and let the Japanese Empire operate it themselves. Li Qingqi also thought of this. That's the only way. If the Tang dynasty has good things, others will covet them. He believed that the Japanese Empire would learn from railroads, ships, and sleds. Brother Yi, are there many rivers in the Japanese Empire? Li Qingqi thought of ships and asked about the water system of the Japanese Empire. Li nodded. There are many small rivers. Many of them are short and the current is rapid. Because there are many mountains, ships are actually very suitable for traveling on them. Going against the current is feasible. Will they build many ships? Li Qingqi was reluctant. No, they are poor, have many slaves, and have many forces. There will be chaos in the future. Li Yi shook his head again. He did not think that the current Japanese Empire had a lot of money to build ships. Why did they have to transport on the river? The current situation of the Japanese Empire is similar to that of some remote places in the Tang dynasty. Pingqing is similar to Yangzhou and Izhou. It is not comparable to the Kyoto prefecture. Li Yi talked about the current situation of the Japanese Empire. Compared to the Tang dynasty, it was inferior in all aspects and had a small population. The population density was higher than that of the Tang dynasty. Many places in the Tang dynasty were uninhabited. The Japanese Empire's Hokkaido was less populated. It was cold and snowy in winter. Who would want to stay there? Li Qingqi put down the spring gun. Pitiful. Pitiful? As long as they have the chance, they will think of ways to fight others. They have a strong sense of nationality. Although the envoys and exchange students here are polite, they are actually proud. Li Yi was not in the mood to pity others. Many people in the Tang dynasty did not have enough food to eat and clothes to cover their bodies. They had to fight wild animals all day and guard against mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. It was so cold in winter. There was no fire or quilt. They used grass to cover the ground. This was pitiful. In the Tang dynasty, only the people in the Kyoto prefecture had a good life. Once they develop, they will fight the Tang dynasty. Didn't they fight before? They lost. The Japanese Empire has always coveted Silla. The Tang dynasty helped Silla defeat the Japanese Empire. Silla unified the whole area. Countries with close ties to the Tang dynasty, including the Bohai Kingdom, will be tempted once the Tang dynasty is weak. Li Yi's understanding of this world was that the weak were prey to the strong. If you did not fight others, others would fight you. There had never been an exception, including him. If he did not have enough military strength, he would have been beaten long ago. Countries with no ability had to bow to others. Those who did not bow to others had to ensure their fighting strength. When will the world be peaceful? Li Qingqi said with a compassionate look. Li Yi looked at him in surprise. Big brother, occupying the world and then fighting is a civil war. Li Yi did not think that the Tang dynasty could exist forever. Once the world was occupied, the people of the Tang dynasty would colonize the world. At a certain time, when something happened in the imperial court, each country would guarantee independence. However, that was a matter for the future. It had nothing to do with the present. Even so, the Chinese civilization was still passed down in each country. Pearl cultivation is in progress. Pepper cultivation in Cheongzhou and Laizhou has begun. The Navy is rushing to build, so we use both oars and sails. Li Qingqi changed the topic. He was here to talk about this. He wanted to ask Li Yi what else he needed to pay attention to, especially the Navy, which was going to sail long distances. The use of oars was to deal with the windless sea and also to deal with strong winds. In strong winds, the sails must be lowered. If it was still dangerous, the masts must be cut. Li Yi listened and felt confident. The Tang dynasty's ship-building technology was good. The bottom of the ship was not flat. Flat-bottomed ships were suitable for navigation in internal rivers. The waves on the sea were strong. Once a strong wind blew, the flat-bottomed ship would capsize. For example, when the Yuan dynasty fought the Japanese Empire, the flat-bottomed ship would be overturned every time. Every time it was so coincidental that they would encounter a hurricane. If it were a large ship, even if there was a hurricane, the damage would not be too heavy. Chapter 937. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of March in the lunar calendar and the middle of May in the solar calendar. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The boys of the capital government wore half-sleeved shirts, big pants, and small sandals woven from grass. The children of the rich wore small leather shoes and held spring pistols, looking for enemies to attack. A spring pistol cost 2 pieces. The most expensive thing was the spring. The others were worthless. If the pistols broke, they could be replaced for free. It's time to eat. Come and wash your hands. A school teacher called the children. The children ran to the washing place to soap their faces, wash their faces, and wait for the meal. From next month onwards, you don't have to pay. His Majesty will buy food for everyone. Go back and tell your family that His Majesty cares about every person of the Tang dynasty." The teacher took out the food. There were plates made of bamboo and small soup bowls with thick bamboo tubes. Today's food was more than twice as good as yesterday's. There were large pieces of fish and sweet. The children liked to eat sweet things now. The fish were caught from the water net. Li Longji sent people to catch them. If the people could catch them, why couldn't he? The fresh fish caught in the morning were made into different dishes. Li Longji was rich. Li Yi pointed out a place with gold and found a new big gold sand mine. The other iron mines and coal mines given by Li Yi also began to operate. The iron produced was used to make farm tools, kitchen knives, sickles, spears, and arrows for the people. The people needed weapons to fight wild animals. The price was low, so it was still profitable. A part of the profit belonged to Li Longji. The children who sold newspapers in the morning went to school after selling newspapers. Only the children who shined shoes were still shining shoes. They couldn't go to school. They worked to support the family. Eat, little pimple. Today's meal. A handcart stopped in front of a shoeshine child. The person who pushed the cart called out and took out a plate. "Got it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Uncle Rome." The little pimple quickly washed his hands in the wooden basin next to him. Then he saw braised fish. "Uncle Song, there's braised fish today." The little pimple grinned. He liked to eat braised food, and it would be even better if it was braised meat. Unfortunately, he had only eaten it a few times. His Majesty sent people to fish in the river early in the morning. He said that starting from the day after tomorrow, on the first day of the 4th month, there will be large pieces of meat every day. Here's an oily salted duck egg. It's provided by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's not very salty. The person pushing the cart mentioned that it was not all given by His Majesty, but also by Li Dongzhu. He waited for the little pimple to scoop out the food for himself, then pushed the cart to the next place, and while he was at it, he yelled out his wares. If passers-by wanted to eat it, they would pay for it. He would scoop it for them, but they would need to pay a deposit of $2. They asked passers-by to deliver the tray to any shoeshine child, and the child would give them $2. "I believe that in a few years, the entire Tang dynasty will be like this," the Tubo envoy Boxi said to Isinba. Recently, they had stopped and seized the time to write medical books. As for medical skills, no one taught them. They also collected carrot seeds and sent them back to Tubo for planting. They also sent the daily newspapers back. This was the only thing they could do. The Tang dynasty changes almost every day. If Li Yi doesn't die in a few years with the development of the capital office, it will be difficult for Tubo to live. Isinba felt uncomfortable. He watched as the capital office implemented various measures. The people were busy with work with smiles on their faces. The officials of the capital office were diligent and honest. The root cause was one person. That person pushed the Tang dynasty forward. The people of the Japanese Empire are coming. Think of a way to make the Japanese Empire deal with Li Yi. Boxi knew that he couldn't do it. Li Yi didn't fall for the trick. He hid in his shell all day long like a turtle. Could he kill with a borrowed knife? Sow discord. What good ideas do you have? Isinba was interested. Tell the people of the Japanese Empire that Li Yi wants the Tang dynasty to fight the Japanese Empire. Li Yi is making powerful weapons. Boxi told him his idea. There was no need to say it out loud. It was enough to hint. Other envoys couldn't enter the Li family Zhuangzi. But what about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire wanted to enter and communicate. Would Li Yi meet them for the sake of the Tang dynasty? Could the envoys of the Japanese Empire search Li Yi when they see him? He would send a few people to hide in. Boxi was determined to die. He knew that if the Tang dynasty continued to develop, Tubo would have no way to survive. Even the Hoku waterfall couldn't stop Li Yi's will. On the track, The ship carried the goods and went against the flow of the Yellow River. Tubo was at the other end of the Yellow River. If there was a big war, the Tang dynasty would transport soldiers and baggage from the Yellow River, the Yangtze River, and the land. Isimba thought for a moment and said, "It's best to ask the people of the Japanese Empire to call Li'i out. For example, hold a bonfire party and watch the Japanese Empire sing and dance." "Okay, let's give it a try." Boxy looked to the east. The Li family Zhuangzi was there. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to die with Li'i. According to the historical records of the Central Plains, if a country wanted to hide its strength and bide its time, it would take many years to see results. Then it would defeat other countries in one fell swoop. This was the case for the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. If the Tang dynasty had Li'i, how many years would it take? Li'i madly threw out things that would benefit the people. It couldn't be seen anywhere else. In any case, the wealth of the people in the capital would double in a few months. Who would have thought that feeding chickens with maggots and bone powder would make them lay more eggs? There were also the bean worms that everyone was afraid of. They were pests that hurt soybeans and grapes. However, Li'i told everyone that they could eat these things and even taught them how to raise them. The people listened to him. If he said they could eat these things, they would eat them. Using the loss of some soybeans in exchange for a large number of worms, he said that eating worms was better than eating meat. Isimba gritted his teeth and said, "As long as he comes out, we'll drag him with us, even if we have to. He won't be able to escape, even if he has wings." As soon as he finished speaking, a person not far away suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Look, a large group of hot air balloons flying so high." Alerted by the shouting of passers-by, more people looked up. Hot air balloons floated over in the sky, one after another. Everyone was curious. It had been a long time since a large number of hot air balloons appeared together. What were they doing this time? Something fell out. Is it parachuting? Winged knights parachuting? No, it's not a parachute. That thing is flying. There are people below. It looks like a kite. Kites can carry people. The onlookers suddenly started discussing. They watched as triangular hang gliders jumped from the hot air balloons and glided. Wings? Buju looked at Isimba. "You said it was impossible to escape even if you had wings. Look, they're flying with kites." Kites can carry people? Isimba didn't think that kites could do this. But in fact, there were people below the kites in the sky. A gust of wind blew past. Some kites rose in altitude, some turned in other directions, and some continued to move forward slowly. In the sky above Chang, and many kites flew back and forth. The people were dumbfounded. Some wanted to look for the kite string. Was there someone on the ground pulling the string? Chapter 938. Everyone in Chang and city saw it. Even the people in their houses were asked to come out and watch. The big kite carried people around. When there was wind, the kite could fly higher. When there was no wind, the kite would fly further away and lower. The envoys from various countries, including the people from the Japanese Empire, also looked up. There was a person under the kite. The kite was big, but it didn't feel very big. Some kites were bigger than this one, but no one said that it could carry people. Baigu and a group of people stood outside the Political Affairs Hall. Each of them was holding a telescope. Xiao Yi finally trained a group of people. He trained on Mount Taibai. Why is he showing it now? Baigu had seen Li's performance. He said that he would rather die than try it. Su Yi stared at the glider with the best control. Is this for the Japanese Empire? Impossible. Why would Li perform for the Japanese Empire? He is trying to intimidate all the foreign envoys. Song Jing had some understanding of Li. At the entrance of Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li and Princess Yongmu were watching. Good. Fly. The people of the Imperial Governor's office will feel more honored. Li was watching Guizi operate the glider. Not everyone could lift their heads when facing wind. Some could only slide down. Guizi was different. Sports were not difficult for him. In Li Yi's opinion, Guozi was also an expert when it came to flying with bat wings. There was even a super big jump bed on the ground. Guozi could jump down from a high altitude and land in the middle of the jump bed by adjusting his body posture without opening his parachute. Someone overseas had done this before, and it was successful. The jump bed was different from other games. It could withstand a lot of weight. At the same time, it would gradually absorb the weight as the weight fell. At this moment, Guozi could pull the glider up and continue to hover if the wind was a little stronger. Princess Yongmu looked at them one by one. Li Lang, can you use this method to make the new people feel at ease? Of course, the main thing is public security. There are many new citizens, and there are many vicious people who use their martial arts to bully others. Let them see how powerful the capital government's army was, and they would become obedient. The kind-hearted commoners would no longer be afraid. If anyone dares to bully others, if the people have the guts to report them, they will be arrested and sent to the mines. Li Yi was certain that the stronger the army, the more assured the people would be. He showed it to the commoners who had just come to the capital office to live and work. Otherwise, some commoners wouldn't dare to make a sound when they were bullied. He was afraid of revenge, but he also felt that the person who bullied him was very powerful. Princess Yongmu's lips curled into a smile. That's good. We'll write about it in the newspaper tomorrow and tell the people to report it. Yes, we can't let the bullies hide. Li Yi admitted that Princess Yongmu had guessed correctly. What he wanted to do was to tell the people in the newspapers that as long as they caught the bullies, they would be sent away and never come back. Including the family members of the bullies, they would all be sent away. That was why protection was the most hateful thing, especially the protection from the upper echelons. When the commoners met the gangsters, they called the police. The police didn't care, and the gangsters came to beat them up again. The commoners were not happy and continued to report to the city. In the end, the city was also a protection, and the commoners were beaten up again. The commoners were still not happy and reported to the province. The province was still a protection, and the commoners were beaten up. The commoners gritted their teeth and wanted to go to the capital to petition. When they finally got to the capital, there were actually people in the capital who helped the local government catch the petitioners. The commoners became mentally ill. This was the most terrifying thing. The other commoners who didn't dare to report looked at this pitiful person and felt helpless. Didn't the emperor and the officials know about this? Did they think they were fools? Then why didn't they do anything? Haha, Li Yi couldn't do anything in the past, but now he could. The newspaper said that the commoners didn't need to go to the yamen and could directly go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It was very easy, and they didn't need to report to the higher-ups. They were afraid of meeting some protection. With Li Yi personally making a move, who would be able to suppress this matter? Others didn't know Li Yi's motive, but Song Jing thought that it was for all the envoys to see. Why would envoy Li Yi care? What was there to scare? A group of hang gliders flew in the sky, and the wind became weaker. They each looked for a place to land, and they were all outside the city. The Tubo and Turkic envoys' hearts turned cold. Hot air balloons were not enough, and now paratroopers had appeared. Paratroopers could jump from hot air balloons and float far away. In the end, paratroopers were not the most powerful. They used kites and could fly freely in the sky. How far could they fly? Quick, go back and write a letter. Boxy couldn't be bothered to wait and watch. He pulled Isimba back with him, and the other Tubo envoys followed behind. The Turkic envoys had the same reaction. Something big had happened, and the sky was about to fall. The Tang dynasty had a new type of soldier that could jump from hot air balloons and fly. There was a large group of them. Who on the battlefield would be willing to face an enemy army that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? When he returned to his place, Boxy looked for a pen and paper. Hot air balloons need to fly with the wind. They can't fly against the wind. In the past, I wrote to tell our people to be on guard against the wind. Now, this kite is the most powerful when it flies against the wind. It can fly higher and further, and can even control its direction. In addition to paratroopers, the Tang dynasty has all types of soldiers that can be used with the wind. Air attack. Boxy actually understood a new term, air attack. Of course, he still didn't know how to control the air. Isinba frowned. If we can't get the binoculars, can we attack a general with binoculars and snatch it? He knew about the existence of binoculars and was far away. He could find the other party first and set up in advance. In addition, the Tang dynasty's military shovels could be used. When the infantrymen met the Tubo cavalry and saw them with binoculars, not only would they have assembled and organized their troops, but they might even have dug a bunch of horse traps. The horse traps didn't need to be big. They just needed to be densely packed and dig holes bigger than the horses' hooves. The horses couldn't even walk, let alone charge. They would be crippled if they entered. Another Tubo man said, "We can also make a big kite. We've already seen the shape. When we try it, we should be able to find the key if a few people die." Yes, draw it out and let them do it. Boxy agreed. He really thought that a kite could be turned into a triangular hang glider. The angle, fabric, support, and technique of the hang glider were all carefully calculated. If the kite was big and sturdy enough, with a rope attached to the bottom, it could indeed allow people to fly and slowly learn how to control it. As long as they weren't afraid of death, they should be able to find something by sacrificing a few hundred warriors. The Tujue side thought of the same thing. They drew it out and wrote a letter back to let their own people try it. The other envoys silently returned and wrote a letter. They didn't want their own people to try it. God knows how many of them would fall to their deaths. The key was that there were no hot air balloons. They could only jump from high mountains. What would they do when there were no mountains? The Japanese Empire's envoys had an idea. Could the Tang dynasty give them this? Japan needs it. The wind by the sea is strong. According to the kite, just now, it could spin as long as there was wind. Chapter 939. The wing knights are really flying. They're spinning in the sky like a bird. I'll make a big kite later and see if it can fly. Do you think you're Li Dongzhu? How can a kite be the same as a kite? Li Dongzhu's kite doesn't use string. Did Li Dongzhu make it? I guarantee it's him. Only Li Dongzhu is willing to try new things. Bring a big firework up there, light it, and throw it at the enemy. It's windy in the sky. It's not easy to light it. Li Dongzhu knows how to light a hot air balloon. The people inside and outside of Chang and expressed their opinions on this matter. They were all very excited. The winged knights were powerful, so they felt safe. If their own army could fly, then they would ask the enemy if they were afraid. The people were the most easily satisfied. They found a sense of honor when they saw something that could fly in the sky. They walked more briskly than before and worked more energetically. Not only the ordinary people, but the ministers who saw the hang gliders for the first time were also excited. They knew that Li Yi could fly. There was only one of them, and the army couldn't equip it. At present, there were dozens of winged knights flying together. In the future, there would be hundreds and thousands of them flying together. "I'm very relieved," Li Longji said to the ministers who came to salute him when they saw him. "Your Majesty, there's no need to deploy a large number of armed troops. The enemy knows that the Tang dynasty has this kind of troop and will be at a loss." Song Jing congratulated him. He was no longer conservative. In history, he was always worried that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would start a war and make it difficult for him as the prime minister. Now he didn't care. Just fight. He had money and good weapons to support him. His words were agreed by everyone. Yes, there was no need to deploy. It was enough for the enemy to know. It was like Li Yi's army. They didn't have an air force. Knowing that the enemy had an air force, they had to be careful. It was best to walk in the woods, wear camouflage, and hide as soon as they heard the sound of the enemy's aircraft. As for Tubo and the Turks, the envoys saw the hang gliders and sent a letter back. If Tubo sends troops again, what will happen to baggage? When the team was running fast and the horses were tired, Wouldn't they be afraid that divine soldiers would suddenly descend from the sky when they were resting? If the army in the city went out to attack the cities of the Tang dynasty, and the army of the Tang dynasty flew into the city and seized the city, would the troops that went out still be able to come back? Your Majesty, are there any explosives on board? The assistant minister of the Ministry of War knew that there are skyscraping monkeys, explosives, and grenades on the front line. He wanted to know how many things he could carry while flying. In his opinion, 1 bag of explosives was enough. Li Longji nodded. It's a triangular glider that's bigger. It can carry 2 people. Once he said this, the ministers knew that those who were older could bring 2 people and not 1 other person. They could bring several packs of explosives. Su Yi said, "In future wars, we should compete for air supremacy. Whoever controls the sky will have the advantage first." He was now the Minister of War. In reality, he had no control over the deployment of troops. He didn't know anything about it. In the past, Yao Chong didn't know anything about it either. He just cooperated with the soldiers at the front line and analyzed the strategy. The generals outside were always the generals outside and didn't listen to the emperor's orders. The generals of the Tang dynasty were so awesome. When they saw an opportunity, they didn't care what the imperial court thought. They just wanted to send a report to the emperor. At critical moments, the military governors and regional commanders never waited for the imperial court to reply. They would talk about it after the battle, and if they won, the imperial court would reward them. If they lost, the generals would be captured. Even if they were released, the imperial court would behead them and humiliate the country. Therefore, the generals of the Tang dynasty in the early stage of the Kaiyuan era were rarely captured alive. They all risked their lives and would rather die on the battlefield. If they died in battle, their families would be treated well by the imperial court. If they were captured, their families wouldn't be able to raise their heads. The Japanese Empire in the future learned the spirit of the Tang dynasty. It was rare to get flags in battle, let alone capture generals alive. Your Majesty, please announce that we want to send flying troops to the Tubo and Turkic borders. The minister of the Ministry of War came out. He wanted to scare the enemy. After announcing that they had sent out the flying troops, the Turkic and Tubo would have a headache when they heard the news. What should they do? Okay. Li Longji agreed and said, "Li family Zhuangzi, write about it in the newspaper." Your Majesty, I want to eat hot pot for lunch. Bai Gu suddenly said, "Eat. I will give you a double hot pot." Li Longji was generous. He waved his hand and treated them to a meal. The weather is hot. We had water rice and noodles with soy sauce at noon today. We can't eat hot pot on such a hot day. That would be stupid. Outside Wentian Orchid Pavilion, Li Yi said to the others. They had prepared well today. There were enough tables and chairs. Then they would eat water rice. There was rice and sorghum rice in the pot next to them. There was also boiling water and noodles. The noodles were all belt noodles. The noodles with soy sauce were all belt noodles. It was refreshing and flat. The dishes were cucumbers with garlic paste, garlic eggplant, cowpeas, pickled vegetables, salted beans, green onions and soy sauce, basil leaves, spicy cabbage with pear shreds, century eggs, and tofu. The meat was sauce beef, pork tendons without any smell, chicken with saliva, fish jelly, mixed pig ears, spicy duck. There was a big pile of food, but none of them were hot. There were even iced fruit juices and soft drinks at the side. Li Yi made himself a glass of iced wine and ate it like this for lunch. Not only did he eat it himself, but he also sold it to others. According to him, the profits from the dishes sold today were enough to cover the cost of their meals. Princess Yongmu was happy. She felt that it was very interesting. He ate it himself and sold it to others. This was the first time she saw someone eat like this. "Hey, hey, I'm coming, ha ha ha." A child's voice could be heard. His pronunciation was not very accurate. Li Yi did not need to look to know who it was from the voice. He smiled and went over to carry the child. "You didn't eat at home?" Empress Wang followed behind him. "We all ate hot pot. The fire is very strong." I brought him to you. Did you eat eggs in the morning? Li Yi asked the child. One boiled. The child gave the answer. Can you eat half at noon? Li Yi still wanted the child to eat more eggs. Duck oil. The child agreed, but he had a request. He wanted to eat oily salted duck eggs. I'll give you 2 salted duck eggs. The clear ones are still a bit salty for you. Li decided. Princess Yongmu took 2 salted duck eggs, peeled them, dug out the yolks, and put them on the plate. Thank you, sister. The child's saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. He rubbed it with a handkerchief in front of his chest. It would be considered pretty good if only one child of the same age could do such a thing. Empress Wang did not care anymore. After washing her hands, she sat down and hesitated whether to eat rice or cold noodles. Then she chose to eat cold noodles. Cold noodles made of buckwheat and cold noodle soup with ice stubble. Other things like shredded cucumber were not put on the table. There was a pile of dishes on the table. Today, everyone saw the winged knights fly with gliders. The Tubo and Turkic envoys of the foreign countries did not look good. Empress Wang drank a big mouthful of cold noodle soup and felt comfortable. She told Li Yi about the situation at Honglu Temple. Li Yi used his chopsticks to pick up the salted duck egg yolks. He picked up a little and put it into the child's mouth. The child showed an expression of absolute satisfaction. The winged knights' performance was not targeted at them. They thought too much. The number of foreigners in the capital has increased. Some people are local tyrants and think that they can solve all problems with their fists. Li Yi said as he scattered the 2 egg yolks and poured them on the boiled rice. The child struggled to sit by himself and used a spoon to eat the rice and egg yolks. Brothers and sisters cast a monthly vote. The farmer bowed. Chapter 940. A stall was set up outside Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion. People who felt that the weather was hot saw the cool food and could not walk anymore. They asked about the price and paid for it. They found a seat and sat down. Those with more money chose meat dishes. Those with less money directly ordered a bowl of noodles with garlic and slowly tasted it. More people were willing to buy the cold noodles with ice stubble. Those without spicy cabbage and with only shredded cucumber and half an egg were 5 yuan. Those with spicy cabbage were 10 yuan. Those who ate felt that they had made a profit. There was ice stubble in the cold noodle soup. They drank it in 1 mouthful and felt cold. While everyone was eating, a 7- or 8-year-old child walked over with a 4- or 5-year-old child. The 2 children each held a lotus leaf in their hands. There was food on the lotus leaf. Good Samaritan, please do a good deed and give us food to eat. The younger child said to Princess Yongmu. Li Yi looked at the food on the 2 lotus leaves. There were fried sandwiches, stuffed pan-fried buns, and 2 braised chicken feet. The other older child had more or less the same thing on the lotus leaf. There was also an extra braised egg. The 2 children wore shabby hemp clothes and were barefoot. The older child's face was dirty, but the younger child looked cleaner. The 2 of you are not enough. Princess Yongmu also noticed the situation. The 2 children could not finish the food on the lotus leaf. The older child shook his head and did not speak. The younger child spoke again. Can you give us 2 yuan and exchange coupons? Do you want money or not? Li Yi noticed the situation and asked the child. The 2 children lowered their heads together, as if unwilling to answer this question. You 2 stay. In the future, eat well and change your clothes, Li Yi said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man ran out from the crowd. He looked to be 9 meters tall and had a full beard. No need, no need. The children in my family have food, but they insist on working. Who would have thought that they are asking for money? Embarrassing. I will take them away. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the 2 children. Just as he reached out, a hand grabbed his wrist. He struggled twice but could not break free. What is the meaning of this? I will take the children and my family back. The burly man was anxious, looking at the person who was half a head shorter than him. He did not understand why the other party was so strong. Li Yi tilted his head and looked at the man. Is he your child? I'm the child's uncle, aren't I? The big man replied to Li Yi, and then stared at the two children. The two children averted their eyes. The man shouted again, Your mother is sick. Didn't you say that you would listen to your uncle? Do you still want to treat your mother? Hearing his words, the two children finally nodded gently. The big man then said to Li Yi, Look, a family. Do you take me for a fool? Li Yi was so angry that he laughed. Come, you too, tell me what happened. I'll make the decision for you. You have a sick mother, right? The two children looked at him together. The big man's face darkened. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in. Is the shop behind yours? If you fall into the water, you'll die. Clang, 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 clang. Ouch. Don't. My bones are broken. Don't pinch them. The big man shouted and used his other hand to grab the winged knight's hand that was grabbing his wrist, trying to pry it away. Ha ha ha, well done. There are people in Tang, and who stand with sticks. Good job. Let's see what you can do. Li Yi stood up and pulled the two children closer to him, one in each hand. Good job. The little girl turned her head sideways and repeated to the big man. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Take him to a place where no one is around and treat him well. Li Yi's smile did not change. The winged knights grabbed the big man's hand and twisted it. The big man screamed and bent over. The other winged knights grabbed the other arm of the big man and also pulled him back. The big man was restrained. The person who bought the food was surprised. The two people who were shorter than the big man were stronger than him and didn't look as meaty as the big man. Li Yi asked the two children to sit down and put the lotus leaf on the table. Tell me what happened. I know a high-ranking official in the government. He's the county magistrate. Last year my father died. My mother brought me and my brother here. When we were about to reach the place, my mother fell sick. That person asked us to beg for something. The older child finally spoke. Once he spoke, he was a girl. The other children also said that the big man was overbearing. The others didn't dare to say anything. They only gave their mother the things they asked for. When they asked for more, they would find someone to treat her. How could he do that? He's bullying us. Why didn't she go to Grieffield Square when she was sick? That person threatened them. They didn't dare to say anything, and no one cared. Poor children. They still have to suffer when they reach Chang. And, child, where is your mother? Let's carry her to Grieffield Square. You don't have to pay for treatment. When the surrounding diners heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation. When they criticized the big man, they showed a look of pity. When they were almost done, Li Yi coughed and everyone quieted down. Where is your mother now? Li Yi's voice was gentle. In the south, behind the official's house. The girl pointed to the south of the city. The bad guy has an accomplice? Li Yi asked again. Yes. The two children nodded. The girl added, They don't let us meet the people from the government office. So they built a shack there. Send a few more men. If we catch them, we'll get to mine for free again. Li Yi didn't look angry. He squinted his eyes. Yes, we'll send 30 men. A winged knight took the order. He turned around and pointed at the people he pointed at. Whoever he pointed at stood up, including him. 30 men ran and set off. Send another man to the county magistrate of Wanyan County to settle those people down. Also, tell him that I'm angry because the government office didn't take the initiative to help. Li Yi ordered again. A man from Zhuangzi village ran away. When Tian, bring the two children to wash up and change their clothes. Li Yi didn't want to bathe the girls. The boys were small, and it was fine. I'll go too. Xiao Lan stood up and pulled the children into Wen Tian Lan's Xiang Pavilion. Why didn't those people report to the government office? Empress Wang was very puzzled. If they were bullied, they would meet someone and ask for help. They just arrived and are not familiar with the capital office. I think they didn't pass by any villages on the way. Many people were restrained. The big man and his men went to ask for things. Li Yi knew the reason. The people who were threatened didn't understand the situation. If no one helped them after they asked for help, they would suffer a lot. For those people, they only had one chance to ask for help. They only dared to take risks when they were confident. The big man and his men cut off their contact with the outside world. Perhaps they felt that the two children were easy to control, so they followed a man to hide in the dark. The child did not know that there was an official in the East City. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the official. It was also possible that the officials at the child's side didn't care about the situation at all. Even if they knew that there were officials, they wouldn't make a sound. Fortunately, they had come here to ask for money. If they had come any later, their mother might have died of illness. What about those people? Empress Wang was referring to Big Han's group. Those who are afraid to drink to steal money are also afraid to drink to be considered as thieves. Although there is no need to fear them, the rich man is afraid and follows suit, which is the same. If one were to judge by the standard of robbers, it would be 2 years for those who are not rich, 3 years for those who are 1 foot for those who are poor, 2 horses plus 1, 10 horses plus 1. Those who are guilty of wounding others are hanged. Those who kill others are beheaded. The one who holds the weapon, although he doesn't get the money, he will flee 3,000 li. If there are 5 horses, he will be hanged. If he injures others, he will be beheaded. Li Yi recited the law of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 941. Empress Wang nodded. It was definitely not bad. It meant that for money, they would threaten others, adding another level to the crime of being a thief. As for the crime of being a thief, if they did not get anything, they would be sentenced to 2 years. If they got a foot of cloth or something of similar value, they would be sentenced to 3 years. If they got 2 bolts of cloth, they would be sentenced to 10 bolts of cloth. If they hurt someone, they would be hanged. If they killed someone, they would be beheaded. If they did not succeed in threatening someone with a stick, they would be exiled 3,000 miles away. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be hanged. If they hurt someone, they would be beheaded. If so many people were threatened, their crimes would be increased. If they did not have a stick, they would be sentenced the same as if they had one. If they had a stick and got some money, they would be hanged. If they got 5 bolts of cloth, they would be beheaded. Li Yi continued, everyone is a robber, robber, robber. If they do not agree, they are robbers. If they are below 10 years old, although they agree, they are still robbers. Hanged. This was even more serious. If they robbed someone or sold someone, they would be hanged. How to define robbing? If the other party did not agree, they would be punished. If the child below 10 years old agreed, they would be punished according to robbing. Those 2 children were not even 10 years old and were sentenced to death. The Tang dynasty's child abduction was a crime. They did not even need to be sold. If there were partners, they would also bear the responsibility if they cheated. However, it was clear that none of the burly man's group could escape the death penalty. However, Li Yi did not want to kill them. He needed people to mine. If he killed them, where would he find free labor? He did not need to give them anything delicious. Black bread was enough. He also gave them some wild vegetables, made with the worst salt. There was no need to wash the vegetables. They would dig every day. If they did not dig, they would be beaten to death. Anyway, they were all people that he had to kill. If not for the fear that they would not have the strength to work, he would not even give them salt. I am prepared to save their lives. I will also find work for them. If they get sick, medicine is cheap. If they get sick and need surgery, someone will do it for them. Li Yi said to Empress Wang that he had already thought about what would happen if they got sick in the future. Empress Wang did not object. Look at that burly man, he has a lot of strength. He has to take care of himself when he sleeps at night. There must be straw. Otherwise, if he gets sick, it will affect his mining. She came up with the idea. Now, many people who had been sentenced to death had been sent to the mines. Those who had been imprisoned or exiled were also sent to the mines. However, normally they would be released after a certain period of imprisonment. Those who were exiled would dig for a few more years. Mining was not only tiring, but also dangerous. Of course, if those people were crippled or killed by others, they had to be killed. They would rather have fewer miners. Not long after, the large man was brought back first. His arms and legs were tied up with ropes, but they were only a foot long, so he had to move a bit to walk. There are 12 people in total and 75 people in charge. 19 of them are under the age of 10, and 4 of them are sick, the winged knights reported. The burly man lowered his head. He hadn't even tortured him yet. He had only laid out a few torture tools, and he had already confessed. Li Yi carefully sized up the burly man with a smile on his face. Not bad. You have a good physique and a lot of blood. If you cut off your head, the blood that spilled out would fill a large basin. The burly man fell to his knees. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. That's what all those who were caught and beheaded say. It's not that I want to kill you, it's the law. Your crime is too great. Li Yi continued to scare him. The people who had been sent to check on the burly man had confirmed that if there was a need to kill him, they would behead him and hang his head up for everyone to see. While they were speaking, 2 children were brought out. The little boy's eyes were bright, but his face was pale. The little girl, on the other hand, looked delicate and pretty. She wore a dress and looked a little shy. When the little boy saw the burly man, he trembled in fear. He then realized that the burly man had been tied up and was kneeling on the ground. He rushed forward with his calves and kicked the big man. The first kick was aimed at the right spot. The burly man's hands were tied up and he groaned in pain. After a few kicks, he fell to the ground. His legs were clamped together, and he rubbed his lower body against the ground to relieve the pain. At this time, you should be squatting down. It's more effective. Li Yi looked at the burly man and felt that his lower body was hurting. He wished he could squat down a few times. Eat first. Your mother will be sent here soon. As long as she's still alive when she arrives in front of me, the chances of her dying are very small. Li Yi asked the children to eat something. The 2 of them were still a little panicked. The 2 children each drank a few mouthfuls of cold noodle soup and stopped eating. They waited anxiously. Empress Wang also stopped eating. The little boy ate by himself. He was hungry, and he didn't know how to worry about others. The people who bought the food ate as usual. They didn't leave after eating, waiting to watch the show. They waited for half an hour before a group of people came from the market. Among them, 11 people had bruises all over their faces. 8 of them were divided into 4 groups, carrying 4 stretchers. The rest were adults carrying children. Some of the older children were carried by the winged knights. Even the elderly were carried on their backs. Reporting 11 suspects and 73 civilians have all arrived. We didn't hit the suspects. The leader of the winged knights reported. If they didn't hit the suspects, then it must be the civilians. It's okay. There's no need to treat them. Let me take a look at these 4 people. As Li Yi spoke, Ching Song opened the suitcase and put it aside. Li Yi put on a mask and gloves for himself first. He felt that the woman's illness was the most serious. Her eyes were slightly open. She wanted to talk to the 2 children, but she couldn't speak. Li Yi took out the stethoscope and pressed it against the woman's chest through her clothes. He then put it under her throat. Her upper respiratory tract is seriously infected. Her throat is swollen. Li Yi opened the woman's mouth and used the flashlight and laryngoscope. He had asked the 2 children about other things before. The mother was not injured. It's okay. It's just painful. Also, there's a lot of phlegm. There's a respiratory passage. Let me aspirate your phlegm first. Li Yi took out the phlegm aspirator. After a lot of phlegm was sucked out, the woman panted heavily. Her expression was not as painful as before. I'll give you antibiotics directly. Glucose and sodium chloride injection. At the same time, I'll supplement you with salt and glucose. At the same time, I'll apply a cold compress to make your breathing smoother. Otherwise, if it swells again, you'll have to be intubated, Li Yi said as he put her on an 4-drip. At the same time, someone brought ice and cold water with a towel, wrapped it with ice, and stuck it on the woman's throat. He told the children to take turns holding the towel. He then went to see the other 3 patients. One of them had a fever and swelling caused by an external injury on the right thigh. He was given an injection first, then debrided and applied medicine. The other patient had a severe fever. He was also given antibiotics and other supportive treatment, such as acetaminophen injection. The last patient was old and malnourished for a long time. He had no strength and even had trouble eating. He was given nutrient solution first, then high-protein liquid food. After the 4 of them were done, they were sent to the table next to them to rest. Who else is in pain? Come on. Li looked at the others. My eyes hurt. A brawny man pointed at his eye that was beaten. It was swollen. There was a cut on his brow bone, and half of his face was bleeding. Yours doesn't count. Li Yi refused treatment. It was not a big deal to take care of it himself. My stomach hurts. It's growling. A child touched his stomach and said, Just eat a bowl of noodles. Li Yi did not even need to look. He was hungry. The people who came later washed their hands and ate. From time to time, they would look at the 4 people lying down. The 2 children took turns to eat. Now they could eat. The 12 suspects were not hungry. Li Yi said that they were not allowed to eat. Chapter 942. An hour later, the guards guarding the windows of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion left. The rest of the people left and closed the shop. Those who were rescued and those who were arrested followed behind. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, those who were arrested were terrified. Those who were rescued did not know what was going on. How would they know what the Li family Zhuangzi was like? On the other hand, the county magistrates of Wanyan County and Chang and County had already rushed out with their men. They ran to the place where outsiders were staying and interrogated them. Everyone looked like bad guys. The problem was serious. With Li Yi personally intervening, would this year's assessment be affected? They really caught a lot of people. Those people relied on their strong bodies to flaunt their strength to others. When they wanted to assign temporary residences, these people would order others to work for them. They looked like they would beat them up if they did not do it. Those who were bullied did not dare to say anything. If they did not want to fight, they would fight normally. If they could not win, they would sneak attack. What if the Yamen sentenced them? Now the Yamen came to ask directly. After confirming their identity, they arrested them. That night, Li Longji came to look for his wife and children. Brother Yi, Chang, and County and Wanyan County arrested a lot of people. Their crimes are not serious, but some of them can be exiled. Some of them will be beaten on the back. Li Longji knew the cause of the incident. The Yamen was also venting. Do you think that they came here to live a good life, but in the end they were exiled to a faraway place? Li wanted to laugh. Some people would not dare to come here in the future. More importantly, those people had families. They had parents, wives, and children. Would their families be exiled 3,000 miles? It was not easy to come here, but they were going to be naturalized. Li Longji nodded helplessly, yes. It's easy. They did not cause too much harm to society. There is a punishment that I came up with. It's called community service. Li Yi thought of a solution. Didn't those people scare others and make them work for them? Now they had to work for others. It was an eye for an eye. He explained. Li Longji understood. They have to change into special clothes. Otherwise, others will think that they are doing good deeds. He began to think over the details and agreed to release the prisoners and get back to work. In addition, we can make some clothes for those who are willing to work so that others will know that they are volunteers. When Li Yi heard the community service uniform, he thought of the volunteers' uniforms. What if someone felt that they were being punished for not wearing special clothes? All right, Li Longji agreed. Those who can't do heavy work should be rewarded for helping to clean up. Now that Li Longji had money, he wanted to help more people. Apart from the Grief Field Square, the local government offices and clans were also responsible for those who could not earn enough food through normal labor. Right now, he wanted to give more benefits in the capital office, but he was powerless to do anything further. Li Yi pondered for a moment. If it is true that some people are temporarily unable to work due to accidents or illnesses, we can provide them with a minimum wage. What is the minimum wage? Li Longji couldn't analyze the specific content from these two words. The minimum wage. For example, a man who has lost a leg and has 3 children. If his wife is unable to support the children, he will be given a certain amount of money every month. There is also a man who has lost a leg. If he sets up a stall because he is a minimum wage worker, he will not be charged any fees. If his wife sets up a stall, she will try her best to help. This includes families with sick people. Li Yi suggested the method he used at that time. As for unemployment benefits, there was no such thing as unemployment benefits. There was no unemployment in the capital office. If there was a job for you, you could do it, but not do it. Even if you starved to death, no one would care. The money earned is not enough to support a family? Without free soup and black bread? Li Longji had never heard of anyone who couldn't eat. Black bread was 1 coin per piece. It was enough to satisfy hunger. There was some oil in the free soup as well as salt and vegetables. Hunger includes the situation where I don't give them a job. Li Yi removed himself from the situation. If there was a day where he couldn't arrange a job to make money, he believed that more people would have a hard time. Let's investigate first. See which families in the capital office have a hard time. How much money should we give them per month? Li Longji said that he was going to investigate, but in reality he agreed. 200 coins is enough. The price of grain is low, and the price of salt is not high. If you need to take medicine, you can come to Li Family Zhuangzi to get it if you can't afford ordinary cheap medicine. Li Yi estimated that by the end of this year, indica rice would cost around 10 coins per bushel. 1 bushel was 10 liters. If 1 liter was converted to the current weight of rice, it should be more than 15 kilograms. If it was used to buy indica rice, there would be less oil and more consumption. If it was used to buy black bread, it would be enough to eat. Black bread wasn't nutritious. If it was made alone, the cost would be more than 1 coin. This was a benefit that belonged to Li Family Zhuangzi. Oh, there was also Zhang's son, Xan. Zhang's son, Xan, was a good person. He learned from Li Family Zhuangzi. He processed flour and conveniently sold black bread. In Lantian County, Inspector Zhang's son was praised, even though he couldn't patrol much now. An inspector who didn't do his job went to Lantian County to start a business, and even developed it. Li Longji frowned. 200 coins. There are many people at home. We can only eat rice and pickled vegetables. We can't eat meat. Under normal circumstances, not everyone is allowed to eat meat every day in the capital office. Li Yi had checked the information before. Some officials' families couldn't eat meat all the time. When inviting others to a banquet, there were even many vegetarian dishes. There was no meat to be eaten. Third brother, we can ask His Majesty to distribute meat. Every 10 days, he will give half a caddy of pork or a caddy of chicken. Li Yi suggested. Yes, send meat. His Majesty will personally send people to send it. The people will remember His Majesty's kindness. Li Longji said. This was also approved. At the end of this year, the supply of pork will increase. Next year it will be even more. The main thing is some straw that was thrown away before. Now, after processing, it can be fed to pigs. Currently, there are many chickens, ducks, and geese. The cost of raising maggots is low. Everyone knows how to feed them bone powder. The rate of egg production has increased. With the emergence of a water network, the cost of raising ducks and geese has also decreased. Especially geese. They just need to feed grass and some bran. The geese will slowly lay eggs. Li Yi talked about the problem of raising poultry and livestock to solve the needs of the people. Brother Yi, the artificial incubation method you gave us is the solution to the problem of raising poultry. Li Longji brought up the old matter again. The artificial incubation technology was definitely the most powerful. The most troublesome thing was the chickens hugging the nests. The newspaper wrote about how to deal with it and then carried out artificial incubation. The number of chickens, ducks, and geese that came out was obviously several times more than the normal nests. With the chickens and ducks, even if it was free range, the chickens, ducks, and geese would not starve to death. Otherwise, the people would be waiting for the nests. It would take a long time for a batch of seedlings to come out. When the hens hugged the nests, there would be dead eggs. Artificial incubation. If they encountered dead eggs, they would know in advance and eat them. The ones hatched by the hens could only be thrown away. It's good to raise them free range. When they look for food outside, their immune system is high. Intensive breeding. They have to be specially fed medicine. The key is to choose the next breed. Li Yi advocated free-range breeding. Free-range chickens were not easy to get sick. Now, Zhuangzi had been choosing which chicken laid the most eggs. The eggs laid by the chicken that laid the most eggs were hatched separately. Then they would find out which chicken laid the most eggs. Generation after generation, the number of eggs laid finally increased. There were also chickens that grew quickly and were hatched separately. Chapter 943. After settling a few things, Li Longji stayed at Zhuangzi that night. After dinner, Li Yi went to see the 4 patients. The 4 of them still needed to be hospitalized. Fortunately, a small dose of antibiotics was very effective against the bacteria. The mother of the 2 children could speak a few words and eat meat porridge. Her throat still hurt when she swallowed, but the swelling had reduced. When she continued to apply cold compress, Li Yi gave her throat pain and inflammation pills. It had an anesthetic effect, and there was toad in it. Previously, Li Yi did not dare to give it to the woman. After the anesthesia process, it would stimulate the capillaries and increase the swelling. After the anesthesia, it would make her feel that her breathing channel was blocked. As a result, she would suffocate and have to be intubated. The 2 children ate half a bowl of rice at night and were very happy. The siblings had been worried about their mother's death and were not relieved when they were in East City, until they entered the Li family Zhuangzi and found out that this was the Li family Zhuangzi, and the doctor who treated their mother was Li Dongzhu himself. The siblings were relieved. It was said that Li Dongzhu could even save the dead, but it would take many years of Li Dongzhu's life. Others were sleeping soundly, but the 12 of them were on tenterhooks, afraid of being beheaded. Death was different from death. Hanging was death. Beheading was also death. If they could not avoid death, they would rather be hanged and leave their bodies intact. The burly man who was not beaten by the people finally knew why he was not as strong as others. It was because of the winged knights. They heard that the winged knights were powerful, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. Tonight was the most difficult night for them. They could not sleep at all. We will reach Huaiyuan in about 15 minutes. Don't stop. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. You can only relax when you reach Huaiyuan Pier. On the Yellow River, ships moved forward against the current. It was the beginning of April. There was no moon in the sky, and the stars were extra bright. The sound of the ship's wheels hitting the water covered the sound of insects and beasts on both sides of the river. The people on the ship took turns to step forward. The speed was not fast, but they kept moving forward. The diesel lamp on the bow attracted a lot of insects. The moths that came out early hit the glass cover again and again. The crew smelled of toilet water to prevent mosquitoes from biting them. If he were to be stung with malaria, he would have to consume the malaria pills that he had given to the people in front of him. Every place would give out some pills, telling people to take them quickly if they got malaria. After sailing for a while, they saw a light ahead. It was the torch of the wharf of Huaiyuan County. Huaiyuan County was an important military area which was used to guard against the Turks. The local people did not have a good life. The temperature in Tang and city was high now, but the local area was still cold. Huaiyuan was located at the entrance of the Great Wall in Liyi's Yinchuan region. The Helan Mountain was the most famous and largest mountain in the area. In the later years, Yu Fei wrote about this place in Man Jianghong's Man Jianghong. The Tang dynasty had not been lost yet. It belonged to him. However, there was no Shuafeng Jidishi either. In history, it would take a few years before there would be one. Li Yi did not need any regional commanders, so he probably would not have one anymore. The Hoka waterfall was open to navigation, giving Jidishi that much power. There were many fishing boats at the Huaiyuan wharf. Some people went fishing and went home. Some people slept on the boats with canopies. When the people on the boats saw the torch at the Huaiyuan wharf, the people on the wharf also saw the light on the water. "Old man, get up quickly. What is that? Ghost fire?" A soldier who was guarding the wharf shouted to the person who was supposed to be on night duty with him. The wharf also functioned as a relay station. It was called a water relay station. In case of an emergency, they would ferry to the other side of the river. The relay station on the other side of the river would send fast horses and then cross the mountains to Chang. The road was not easy to travel. It was said that there would be a relay station every 20 miles. Some places could not be found even 30 miles away. However, there were people building relay stations now. The imperial court had spent a lot of money to build one relay station every 10 miles. The person who was called opened his eyes and rubbed them. He looked. Boat, it's a boat. Look carefully. I can't see clearly. My eyes become blurry at night. The non-commissioned officer looked hard again. It was indeed blurry. Didn't the newspaper say that you lack some vitamins? You have to eat liver and carrots. The carrots were planted a few days ago. You can eat them in 2 months. Old man stood up. There are many boats. Hurry, hurry up. The soldier who called him up immediately took a gong and banged it with all his might. Hurry up and welcome them. Who told you to hit the gong? Old man was about to cry. As soon as the gong sounded, everyone woke up. The soldiers panicked and took out their weapons. The person in charge of the water relay station immediately loosened the rope and was ready to ferry at any time. He did not care about whether the current was fast or not. The military situation was like fire. The fisherman who was sleeping on the boat held a knife and stood at the bow of the boat. If there were foreign enemies, he would rush to the shore and kill them. Either he would kill the enemy or he would be killed. It was not that he was patriotic, but his family was on the shore. If the Turks attacked, it would be useless to kneel. There was only life and death on both sides. There was no third choice. If he ran away, his family would be killed and humiliated. What was the point of living? The reason why he stayed on the boat was because there were prawn cages. There were some fish intestines in the cages. He wanted to see how many prawns there would be in the morning. As soon as the gong sounded, the people on the shore followed suit. The people on the shore all brought out their weapons. The children were all holding spears. The old man did not have the strength to fight. He took out a fire scythe and was prepared to set the house on fire. The women carried their children in their arms. Their hands were holding awls and scissors. If they could not hold on any longer, they would kill their children first before committing suicide. They would not fight with the enemy. Once they were injured and lost the ability to fight, they would be finished. Are they here to welcome us? Someone on the leading boat said, "Bullshit. This is a battle gong. Who the hell is hitting it? Why would the enemy attack us from above? Even if the enemy had a boat, they would not be so stupid." The leader of the boat, Ding Min, was extremely depressed. Were there any Turks who would go against the current to attack them? To fight like that, how skilled would the Turks need to be? Weren't they afraid of setting the boats on fire? Hit the drum, steady yourself. Ding Min personally went to find the drum and hit it. Dong, dong, dong was a sign that they were not the enemy. As soon as the drum sounded, the sound of the gong stopped. After some time, The sound of drums could be heard from the shore. Ding Min hit the drum in response. Both parties had finished communicating, and the crisis had been resolved. The old man put down his fire scythe. The woman was comforting the crying child. The fisherman threw the scythe back and stood at the bow of the boat. Who hit the gong? I can't beat him to death. That's a boat that came from downstream. Are you blind? Are you eating liver? Old man, the person who hit the gong knew that he had made a huge mistake. He felt that he would be beheaded. It's nothing. It's a boat. It was written on the newspaper that Hookah Waterfall was on land. This is a boat from the imperial court. You said that it was a surprise for everyone to welcome the first batch of boats from the imperial court. At such a time, it's not suitable to kill anyone. It's inauspicious. How can there be blood when the imperial court is here? Old man comforted the non-commissioned officer beside him. He was not afraid. Even if I am hanged, I can't do it. I am still young. The non-commissioned officer heard that there would be blood. Dead people can't do it. Give me the gong. Old man snatched the gong from the non-commissioned officer's hands. Old man, you. The non-commissioned officer's eyes turned red and wanted to snatch the gong back. Chapter 944. The fleet of ships approached and prepared to dock. Old man, was talking to Zhong Han. I knocked it. I was too happy and knocked it wrong. Zhong Han looked at Old Man Z and kicked the young non-commissioned officers, but I asked you to eat liver, but you didn't eat it. Are you blind? I will eat as much as I can tomorrow. If you have liver, leave it to me. Non-commissioned officer did not dare to dodge. You don't lack liver, you lack heart. The Turks dare to attack us from downstream, and they even sail at night. How many people do they have to die? Zhong Han kicked the non-commissioned officer again before calling for help to dock the ships. The soldier smiled. It was fine. Getting kicked twice was considered a punishment. Once it was done, there would be no second punishment. Old Man Z, I will kill a chicken and treat you to a drink. Non-commissioned officer said gratefully to Old Man Z, leave it for your wife. Your wife's stomach is so big. She is going to give birth soon. Old Man Z put down the gong and the stick and went to receive the ships. Non-commissioned officer followed behind him. It's not that big. Didn't the newspapers say not to eat too much? If it's big, it will be difficult to give birth. Zhong Han ordered people to shout. Everyone wake up. Come and receive the ships. They have arrived today. The shout was repeated over and over again. The people on the shore also shouted and came to the dock to take a look. This was the first time a fleet had solved the navigation problem of Hookah Waterfall. The local people came out as expected. They had been woken up by the noise. The 50 ships docked one after another. More torches were lit as everyone admired the ships. There were pictures in the newspaper, but it was not as good as seeing the real thing. His Majesty has given everyone a caddy of dried oysters. Take it back and soak it. You can boil it, steam it, mix it with cold dishes, or stir-fry it with garlic and chives. The person in charge of the fleet, Ding Min, asked people to move the gifts down. The local people were guarding the borders of the Tang dynasty and should be given some benefits. When they heard that there was something to receive, and it was dried oysters, the people were excited and prepared to take it back home. They knew that oysters were from the sea. There were merchants who sent them by land. The price was very expensive and normal people could not afford it. Today, His Majesty actually gave it to her. 1 caddy should be quite a lot, right? Children, come here. These are lollipops from the Li family Zhuangzi. Children who are too young shouldn't eat too much. 3 sticks for each child. Ding Min shouted again. Li Yi had specially prepared candies for the children. The big round candies could be licked with the tongue. When they heard that there were sweets, the parents didn't care if their children could eat more. It was already good enough to have sweets. Some children were only a few months old, but their parents also received 3 sticks. Because there were older children at home, the younger ones could not eat it, so they gave it to the older ones. In addition, there are other marine products. Put a batch here. Everyone use local products to exchange. Desert sistanch is the best. You can exchange for a lot of them. Zhong Han had people continuously move things down to trade with the locals. Now, there was no need to directly take things. The group still had to continue moving forward. Now, they could take some things that they didn't have in front of them, but there were some here. Even some of the things that they didn't have on their way here were brought over to trade. The desert sistanch here was not bad. It was produced in the desert in the northwest. It was wild. It was better than the desert sistanch produced by the Turks and other tribes, which was Xinjiang. The northwest was the best place to produce desert sistanch in the Yi's territory. The desert sistanch produced was called soft desert sistanch. Xinjiang produced hard desert sistanch, which was many times cheaper than soft desert sistanch. Now the desert sistanch were all wild and there were not many of them. It was a Chinese medicine tonic. Li wanted it. He didn't need this thing to make up for anything. He wanted to make it into robes, then plant it artificially and send it to the local area. Then he would ask the local people to plant haloxylon, red willow, and other crops to fix the sand. At the same time, he would plant desert sistanch, which could be sold for a lot of money. You're leaving soon? Have a safe trip. The young non-commissioned officer who had hit the gong previously shouted from the side. Then he was kicked again. You're really careless. It's not easy for us to reach the shore at night. Where are you going? Zhong Han was exasperated. Why did he have such a thing under his command? It was so embarrassing. Ding Min didn't care. He shouted, I'm not leaving. I'll treat everyone to a meal. We brought canned chestnut chicken. Heat it up. It'll be delicious. I'll go get the pot. Some people were happy when they heard that there were chestnuts. There were no chestnuts planted in Huaiyuan now. After the chestnuts were picked, they wouldn't be preserved for many days. It was impossible to sell them to Huaiyuan. It was too far away and couldn't be sold at a high price. Those who had eaten chestnuts in Huaiyuan had eaten them after going to the governor's office. When they came back, they would talk about the taste. They only heard about it and couldn't eat it, so they were even more greedy. New and similar ships are being built. In a few days, more ships will be sent with things from outside. Everyone can exchange things with things. His Majesty will give you things to eat. His Majesty said that everyone has worked hard to guard the border for the country. He will compensate everyone in the future. Ding Min repeated the same thing every time he went to a certain place. The people liked this. When they heard that His Majesty was thinking of them, many people's eyes turned red. His Majesty didn't just say it. He really sent things over. It would take a long time for the ship to travel so far. People near their homes brought pots. There was a stove on the dock. They lit a fire and asked for canned food. In the distance, the gong had just stopped. They knew that the fleet of the imperial court had come to deliver things and were rushing to the dock. As for further places, they couldn't contact them for the time being, but they could report the approximate number of households and children. They helped to carry things and put them on the dock first. The people in the team felt uncomfortable when they saw the pots. Many of them called them pots, but it was more like half of the pot stubble. Some pottery pots were missing a big hole, and the cracked one was closed. The local people lived a hard life. Ding Min and the others were from the governor's office. Most of them lived in Chang, and what did the people in the governor's office use? Now almost every family had an iron pot, unless they didn't cook. There were more pottery utensils, which were exchanged by kneading mud. The pot can't be used to heat canned food? Zhong Han saw the expressions of the people on the ship and was puzzled. Did canned food need a special pot? Yes, you can eat it cold. When we go back, we will convey the situation to His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Ding Min nodded hard. What's the situation? It's okay. We are not afraid of the Turks. We can fight. Zhong Han thought it was a matter of fighting. Li Dongzhu knows. He will make many iron pots and give them to you. Ding Min pointed to the half-pot and said, "Ah, give iron pots? Iron pots cost a lot," the young non-commissioned officer said again. As soon as his voice fell, he dodged a kick. "Li Dongzhu of Bahui City? He is willing to give us things?" Old man wanted to get an answer. Reading the newspaper, Li family Zhuangzi of Bahui City made things almost every few days and gave them to the people of the governor's office. Ding Min looked serious and nodded. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi is rich. Li Dongzhu is kind and charitable. As long as you are a person of the Tang dynasty, Li Dongzhu is willing to help, let alone you who are guarding the border. Tell Li Dongzhu that we want a few big iron pots. It is enough for many people to eat. As long as we are alive, Huaiyuan will not be lost. Old man made the request and promised. Okay, we believe you. You are all good. Ding Min took a deep breath and said, Chapter 945. One after another, the people nearby arrived. The sleeping babies were also wrapped up tightly by their mothers. For the people of Huaiyuan, the arrival of the emperor's team was a blessing for the children to be exposed to food, even if they didn't eat it. Children would cry if they didn't sleep well. It was okay to cry a few times. Everyone went ashore. Many people brought firewood and lit a bonfire. They celebrated the opening of Hoku Waterfall. In the future, they would need to go to Chang and buy water. The people on the ship took out their compressed biscuits and gave them to the people of Huaiyuan. They were tired of the biscuits. The people of Huaiyuan killed a sheep and roasted it over the bonfire. There were plains and plenty of water resources. Wheat was all grown there. Due to the limited manpower, they couldn't grow too much. Last year, they grew more, mainly because the tools provided by Li Yi were useful. In the past, one person could manage 30 mu of land. Now he could manage 60 mu. There were many cattle and sheep, few poultry. There was no shortage of fish and vegetables. The climate was not very good. Summer and autumn were short, and the sunshine was long. However, sunshine didn't mean it was warm. What they needed was logistics. With logistics, they could develop quickly. This was Yinchuan, the provincial capital of Li Yi's time. However, the northwest was Inner Mongolia, where Li Yi's time was the main production area. Economic development had little to do with natural resources. For example, Dongting Lake was such a good resource. Hunan and Hubei were now places where officials were banished. It was the same in the Song dynasty. Su Shi was banished to Hubei. He was the deputy commander of Huanggang in Hubei. There, Su Shi wrote, "The great river flows east, the waves end, the heroes of the ages." Then he wrote, "Don't listen to the sound of leaves falling through the forest." Such a good place with natural resources was the place where officials were banished. Huaiyuan was a good place, but its economy couldn't develop. It was even worse than Hubei. If only Li Dongzhu was here. Lu Fangman, the second in command of the ship team, sighed with emotion as he looked at the local life. What can Li Dongzhu do if he comes? Don't kick me. The young non-commissioned officer hid after he finished speaking. He felt wronged. I'm just asking. There's no need for Li Dongzhu to come over. Go back and send a message to Li Dongzhu about the situation here. Li Dongzhu will come up with a good solution. Ding Min laughed. That young man was too interesting. He believed that Li Yi had many ways to increase the lives of the locals by several times. With Li Yi overseeing the capital magistrate, there was not even a beggar in the capital magistrate's office. Li Yi promised to come up with new ways to make money when everyone felt that the days were tough. The key point was that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't lose money. Every time they made a lot of money, Li Yi would wave his hand and do good deeds for them. While they were talking, the canned chestnut chicken was heated up. The people on the ship didn't touch it. The locals scooped some for a taste. The taste of the canned food was different from the chestnut chicken stew. The ingredients were heavy, and it was fragrant. It had a unique fragrance. There were no bones in the chicken. It was made into canned meat. After heating it up, it would fall apart at a touch. Even children who had just turned one could eat it, let alone chestnuts. Even children with few teeth could crush them with their tongues. Chestnuts were sweet. When the baby woke up, he would cry. When the mother breastfed him, the baby would stop crying. When the child cried and ate the chestnut chicken, he would smile with tears on his face. Is the Hoku waterfall easy to travel on? Zhong Han didn't see how the land boat traveled on the track, so he asked Ding Min. The higher-ranking officials didn't come. He was now the highest-ranking official in charge of the local area. Ding Min chewed the meat in his mouth and nodded. This meat was too greasy. The fattest part of a sheep was the meat at the back of its head. There was a bit of lean meat and the rest was all fat. When eating roasted sheep, only the noblest person could eat the first bite. There was a lot of fat. The reason for this was due to special circumstances. Raising sheep. One didn't want to kill the sheep, but the people needed to eat. What should they do? They would cut a hole in this part of the sheep and take out a bit of fat to eat raw. The sheep could continue to live, and so could the people. Therefore, whoever could eat the sheep would have a higher status. Just like a camel, when a person hurried through the desert with a camel and didn't have water or food for a short period of time, they would take some meat from the camel's hump. The camel wouldn't die because of this, and the person could continue to live after eating it. Therefore, roasted camel and roasted sheep were the same. This part of the meat was given to the noblest guest. It wasn't that the meat was delicious. It represented survival. The first bite was given to you. Weren't you the noblest existence? At Li Yi's time, many people only knew that it was a tradition. They only knew how it was done, but didn't know why it was done. Ding Min knew, but he really didn't want to eat it. He chewed a little and swallowed before answering Zhong Han's question. It's very fast. The boat is first put on a plank in the water, then pulled up and placed directly on the track. The animals pull the boat forward. A boat made of 100 stones can be easily dragged and its speed is also fast. When it reaches the place, it's even faster than a boat going against the current. In front of Li Dongzhu, nothing is impossible. He will always come up with a useful method. When the Prime Minister in the imperial court has something difficult to decide, he will go to Li family Zhuangzi to ask for advice. Every time he goes to ask, he will definitely get something. Ding Min praised Li Yi to the heavens. He knew some things that couldn't be told to others, so he didn't mention His Majesty. Zhong Han looked forward to it. I wonder when I can see his face. Does he have a feather fan and a silk scarf? No, Li Dongzhu likes to wear a white gown. Ding Min shook his head. What feather fan and silk scarf? The sky gradually brightened. Chang! And was a few minutes earlier than Huaiyuan. Li Longji woke up. He didn't go to the morning court because he had a cold. Last night, he overworked himself and sweated. He found it too hot and fell asleep beside Empress Wang. Empress Wang built a stall for him, but he kicked it open in the middle of the night. He woke up early in the morning and felt sore all over. His nose was running and he was crying. Li Yi made him spicy soup. The main dish was pork and celery stuffed buns. He couldn't eat any more after eating one, but he drank all the spicy soup. Then he had a fever and vomited everything he ate. Fortunately, when he was about to vomit, Li Yi gave him 2 big bowls of water, so he endured for a few minutes. The water neutralized the stomach acid, so his throat didn't burn after vomiting. Brother Yi, am I okay? Li Longji was eating a popsicle. There was an ice handkerchief wrapped around his forehead to cool him down physically. It's okay. People can't not get sick. In front of me, I can solve this small illness for you, but you still need to adjust yourself. Li Yi had a way to cool Li Longji down quickly and then let him fall asleep. When he woke up, he would be fine. If he needed medicine, it was better to let Li Longji deal with it himself. If he did a blood test now, he could ensure that the white blood cells were high. I'm a little dizzy. Li Longji's expression was painful. If it was in the imperial court, he would never show his weak side. In other words, in front of Li Yi, he showed the real situation. I'm hungry. The temperature has dropped to 38 degrees Celsius. It was 39 degrees Celsius in the morning. Li Yi knew the reason. Vomiting could cool down, but eating too much popsicle would irritate the stomach. This irritating feeling was similar to hunger. "Brother, Yi, where do you think the ship fleet is now?" Li Longji tried to divert his attention. "They should have reached Huaiyuan. I don't know the specific situation there, but the most suitable area for development is animal husbandry. There are many water systems, and fishing is also good." Li Yi was thinking about which area of Yinchuan's economy was good for development. Li Longji said, "Let's go swimming in Zhuangzi's swimming pool later. I'll put a pig's bubble behind your head. It's more reasonable to cool down, and the main thing is that your muscles won't be tired." Chapter 946. Hurry up and do it. If you dare to slack off, you'll be exiled for 3,000 miles. Dilly-dallying, it seems like you want to be flogged 80 times. Last warning, if you can't clean the streets for lunch, you'll be imprisoned for 3 years. While Li Longji was recuperating in the swimming pool, a group of people in labor uniforms were working hard. They were the people who were caught yesterday. They bullied others to do work, so they had to do more work today. It was called community service. The waistcoats, made from gunny bags, rubbed against the skin. It was painful and painful. The word labor was painted on the chest and back to prove their identity. The people who were scared before stood to the side and watched the show. They were not afraid anymore. If you have the ability, work for a while. If you bully me again, I'll catch you at customs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and deal with your own family matters. You have to pay rent for the house. The first month is free, and you'll get money every month. The bailiffs saw that there were too many people and shouted at the onlookers. Suddenly, everyone dispersed and found their own things to do. They had just arrived at the capital office and had nothing. The imperial court provided them with a free house for a month. The Li family Zhuangzi provided them with loans to buy clothes, furniture, tools, and rations. They had to figure out the rest by themselves. There was a lot of work. Picking tea leaves that were already old. Picking wormwood on the side of the road or mountain. Working at the docks, helping with transportation in the water network. Weeding in other people's fields. Those with weak legs could sit at the door and do bamboo crafting work. Those who did not know how to handle bamboo were taught. As long as they were willing to work, there was guaranteed work. At present, the money earned from the workers was used to buy some meat to eat. However, no one spent extra money. They saved the money and waited for the next month to slowly repay the loans and pay rent. The newcomers had hope in their eyes. With a household register, they did not have to pay land rent. Those with skills and dexterity could find better jobs and enter the workers' union or the e-union. All children under the age of 10 had to go to school. It was compulsory, regardless of gender. Children above the age of 10 were willing to go to school. If they did not go, they had to help their families. At noon, a young couple came to the open space at the head of Ba Qiao with a small mountain of wormwood on their backs. The two put down the wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi's people immediately came forward to check. The Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of wormwood. The mugwort wormwood was the most expensive, and the rest were the same. In fact, wormwood should be the most expensive, as it could be used to make malaria-severing pills. Li Yi didn't dare to give a price, otherwise others would immediately guess it. Under normal circumstances, those who had a higher proportion of Artemisia annua would pay more and say, "It's not easy, it's about this price." The couple had been out since yesterday afternoon. They went up the mountain and picked a batch of wormwood before dark. At night, they wrapped themselves in a sack and snuggled up to each other to spend the night. There was a 6-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy at home. After school, the girl was responsible for looking after her younger brother. The security measures were left to the patrolling yamen runners. Early in the morning, the two of them ate 2 pieces of black bread by the stream and cut the wormwood again. By the time they reached the Li family Zhuangzi, it was noon. The two of them were so tired that they had no energy left. That big bundle of wormwood weighed more than 100 caddies. When he walked, his waist was bent low, almost parallel to the ground. This set of wormwood is not bad. 160 coins. After the inspection, the farmer gave the price. If the other party agreed, he would pay. If not, he could deal with it himself. The couple nodded together with a happy expression on their faces. 160 coins for a whole day, which was more than what others earned in 3 or 4 days. Husband, is this method good? The girl used her freshly washed hands to stroke her hair and said with bright eyes, "It's good, but it's hard on you. You haven't had a good day with me. If it weren't for—" Alas! The man couldn't continue. His wife was originally very capable, but there was still an old man and an elder brother in the family. The elder brother was addicted to gambling and lost money time and time again. His wife ran away with the child. In the end, he lost the family business. His parents were angered to death. Then his elder brother ran away with gambling debts. No one knew where he went. The family of 4 rented the land that used to belong to their family to work. People came to collect debts every day. They had no choice but to run away with the child. In any case, they had nothing left. They received news that they could register at the capital government. As long as they were willing to work, there was a way to survive. They brought the child and other people to the capital government. Some people went to the counties. The girl was smart. She said that it was best to find work in Chang, and they persevered until they reached Chang, and they were given a house and sent the child to school. The next day, the girl thought of a way. She went to the mountain first, spent the night, and came back in the day. She could harvest a lot of wormwood at one time. The girl did the same work as the man and never complained. Husband, life will be better in the future. No one will come to collect debts. Eat. I'll go get the soup. The girl didn't care at all. I'll go. You sit here. The man pressed his wife down and ran to get 2 bowls of soup. He took out a piece of black bread and ate it with the soup. Husband, you can't go to the mountain this year. If you tire yourself out, what about the child? In the afternoon, help transport the coal slurry and go home to make the bricks. You have the skills. First, make our Kong mats. The girl arranged the next work. She was in high spirits and didn't seem to feel tired. Zhuangzi, who was harvesting the wormwood, heard the girl's words and interrupted. If you are willing to make 10 pieces of coal, give 8 pieces to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will provide the coal slurry. The girl rolled her eyes and nodded. Okay, it saves the effort of carrying coal. It's a good deal for my family. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. She was even happier now. She didn't have a car, so she could only help others push the cart. She walked very far and could only come back at night to make the coal slurry. Now that she saved time, she could hand over 8 pieces of coal slurry. It was more than the coal she brought back. 2 people went to help. It was good enough if they could make 40 pieces of coal slurry. She believed that she could make 400 pieces of coal slurry in the afternoon and leave 80 pieces behind. The man in the family directly made the mats, which saved a lot of time. After the meal, Li family Zhuangzi lent them a cart. The 2 of them pushed it back. The other newcomers relied on their own skills. Some were smart and made money quickly. Some only knew how to copy others. It was better to be taught by others. Everyone chose different jobs, and their efficiency was different. What was similar was that they had something to look forward to. They didn't have to pay rent, so there was no extra pressure. They didn't have to worry about people causing trouble. The security of the capital government was good. Even if they were sick, they could find people to treat them for free. If they needed to get medicine, they could ask Li family Zhuangzi for cheap medicine. Perhaps one day they would need to pay for medical treatment. Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't give them medicine. They believed that they had saved enough money. They didn't dare to think about such a life in the past. Brother Yi, you always treat people for free. After a long time, doctors also need to eat. Li Longji floated for 3 hours and felt much better. He ate a light meal at noon and mentioned the free medical treatment. Now they are paying tuition. I copy medical books and sell them for money. Then I pay them to treat people. The process is the same. It's troublesome. There will be a way in the future. It's just 1 or 2 years. Li Yi didn't worry about this. He had a way. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qijian to support and vote. Farmer bowed. Also, at Sneak Praise Thief, and leave your WeChat or Q number in the book review section. Chapter 947. Li Yi was considering subsidized medical treatment. Wherever taxes were paid, the government would take out a portion of the money to subsidize the doctors and patients. There would be a lot of problems involved, especially at the grassroots level. If someone falsely reported that there was no one to treat the patient, but insisted that there was and asked for subsidies, different doctors had different fees, and there was never a fixed price. When a doctor treated a patient, the fee usually depended on the patient's financial situation. The herbs in each pharmacy were different. The local herbs were produced locally, and the prices were lower. The herbs that needed to be transported from thousands of miles away were expensive. The age of the herbs was also rotated. Obviously, other herbs could be used instead, but ginseng was used. When patients found out that there were subsidies, who wouldn't want to take good medicine? Therefore, a perfect plan was needed to consider every point and plug the loopholes. As for medical insurance, he couldn't think about it for the time being. It was more troublesome. Third brother, for the time being, the capital government will maintain it like this. When giving medicine to others in Zhuangzi, you need to know the other party's identity and fingerprint. If someone who didn't have a good family background took the medicine for free, once it was discovered, they would have to pay 10 times the price of the medicine in Zhuangzi. The medicine in Zhuangzi is cheap, so there won't be any problems at the moment, even if there are many newcomers. Li Yi felt that it could support for a long time. If the outsiders were not in good health, they might die on the road. Some people left their hometown when their families were broken and went to other places to make a living. If a doctor gave free consultation to others, there would be a pharmacy behind him. No one was a doctor who specialized in making money by consulting others. If their medical skills were not good, there would be no pharmacy to invite them to see patients. If the people wanted to see a doctor, they would definitely go to the pharmacy. Moreover, if the rich were treated, they would be given extra benefits. Doctors didn't need money for consultation, but acupuncture still needed money. This is the only way. Li Longji couldn't think of a better idea. In the past, if people didn't have money, they couldn't see a doctor. If people died, so be it. Now, the people in the capital government wanted to live. If they paid the money for the medicine, the people who were alive could create more value. Li Longji continued to eat. Light dishes, rice, celery stir-fried with shredded pork, steamed fish, tofu, and cold bamboo shoots. Li Longji didn't like it. He wanted to eat meatballs or braised pork, which was what Li Yi was eating. In the political affairs hall, the food was rather bland. According to the imperial physician, the weather was hot now. They ate hot pot yesterday. If they ate something heavy with salt and oil, they would get heaty. Right now, the Tang dynasty is safe and sound. But there are rumors in Su Lu's territory that his troops are getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that he's planning to rebel. After Su Yi took over the position of Minister of War, he immediately began to pay attention to his own work. Su Lu was a person's name. The tribe he led was called Tukishi. He was appointed as an official by the Tang dynasty and was asked to guard the border with his tribe. That place was actually Turpan City during Li Yi's time. It was considered an independent force there. However, the Tang dynasty also appointed other people. Unless they worked together to rebel, they would keep each other in check. News came that there hadn't been a war there for a long time. If there were too many tribes, it might be a problem. He probably won't dare. The Tang dynasty has hot air balloons and other good things. If he wants to rebel, won't he think twice? Song Jing was still a little conservative. He didn't want to fight. If they didn't rebel, wouldn't you be forcing the other tribes to rebel? Bai Gu picked up a daylily and said, "Some people don't care at all. If he thinks he can do it, he will dare to make a move. It's better to tell Anchi Protector General to strengthen the defenses. If the war starts, Tubo will definitely cause trouble. Maybe it's Tubo who instigated the rebellion. Su Yi gave his own analysis. Why don't? Baigu said 2 words and then stopped. He wanted to ask Xiao Yi, but after thinking about it, should he really ask Li Yi about everything? Whose political affairs hall was the political affairs hall? Song Jing and Su Yi didn't reply. They lowered their heads and ate. They decided not to ask Li Yi. After eating, Su Yi went to write an official letter. He wanted to send it to the Anchi Protectorate and ask them to keep a close eye on it. He didn't have any good ideas. He was too far away and couldn't mobilize troops from other places. Less than an hour after the letter was sent, a horse came from the border, reporting an urgent report from the Anchi Protectorate. Su Lu has led Tang Jiahui's troops, along with the Arabs and Tibetans, to the 4 garrisons and Dashi City. The Anchi Protectorate has already dispatched the soldiers of the 3 surnames Galulu and the soldiers offered by Ashina. When Su Yi received the report, he quickly went to find 2 more people. The 3 of them gathered together and looked at the letter. Song Jing sighed helplessly. Just as Baigu said, some people were just stupid. Quick, send the news to His Majesty. Baigu said and was about to write a letter. Give it to Li Yi. You can't give it to His Majesty directly. Song Jing reminded. Yes, give it to Xiao Yi. What Xiao Yi sees is what His Majesty sees. Baigu agreed. 15 minutes later, the letter was delivered to Li Yi. Li Yi was currently massaging Li Longji's head to alleviate his discomfort. When he received the letter, he stopped. Third brother, the battle has started. Why is it this month? After reading the letter, Li Yi passed the letter to Li Longji. He realized that the situation had changed. The battle was supposed to start in the 8th month. Even if there was a delay in the delivery of the letter, the battle would start in the 7th month. It was the 4th month now. What was Su Lu thinking? Had the war horses finished eating? Had the grass grown? The point was that it was still quite cold over there. Didn't war depend on the weather? Li Longji looked at it and put aside. Maybe Tubo is afraid. He is worried that the Tang dynasty will send troops when the weather is warm. If we can take them down, the Tang dynasty will face a disadvantageous situation. If we can't take them down, we have a lot of soldiers. Did Tubo send out a large number of troops? Then we have to deal with it quickly. Li Yi felt that Li Longji's analysis was reasonable. The Tang dynasty had been acting like they were going to fight since last year. They sent all kinds of things to the front line. When the front line was almost adjusted, they would definitely go to war. It was not comfortable to send troops now, but it was hard to judge. To put it bluntly, it was better to strike first. As long as the 4 towns and huge stone city were taken, the Tang dynasty would have a strategic space. Brother, Yi, what do you think? Li Longji had an idea, but he still asked Li Yi. Let's fight. Ask Guizhiyun to send troops. We don't care. Send cotton clothes, leather clothes, and so on. There are also 2 days of food, hot air balloons, packs of explosives, catapults, and wooden arrows. Everything is ready. Li Yi was afraid that Tubo would send out a large number of troops to cooperate with Su Lu. If they did not attack Tubo now, Tubo would have the upper hand strategically. The Tang dynasty would regret it. Third brother, if Tubo does not send out a large number of troops, Su Lu will not be able to take them down. He will definitely be defeated and retreat. If Tubo sends out a large number of troops, Tubo will be empty and Tubo will be beaten silly. Li Yi explained the current situation. Anyway, they would not be at a disadvantage. If Tubo continued to attack the 4 towns and huge stone city, it was very likely that the country would be destroyed. They must go back to help. Tubo played a strategy. As long as he reminded Guizhiyun not to advance rashly, it would not be a problem to destroy Tubo, but it would not be a problem to achieve victory. You write back and tell them. Li Longji could not write a letter, so he let Li do it. Chapter 948. A group of fast horses left Chang and city at a galloping speed. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at the relay station. The leader of the horses shouted, "6 horses, urgent report." The relay station staff brought out 6 horses as quickly as possible. The 6 of them changed horses and sped up. In a dozen breaths of time, they reached the fastest speed of the horses. After another quarter of an hour, they arrived at the second relay station and shouted the same thing. There were many relay stations in the capital government. In just an hour, the 6 people who came to deliver the news had covered a distance of more than 110 li. This was because of the delay caused by the change of horses. Otherwise, they would have been even faster. The people delivering the urgent report didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they were very excited. It was too satisfying. After 2 hours, the urgent report rushed out of the capital and headed northwest. The relay stations of the Anqi Protectorate hadn't been fully built yet. The group of messengers ran for 11 days. This was after they had covered more than half the distance and encountered a relay station for 10 li. Otherwise, they would have to run for half a month. If all of them were to use a relay station for 10 li, 6 days would be considered slow. The current group was running the same way they came. To Liangzhou, this was a distance of more than 1,700 li. At this time, there were still 4 hours before the sky turned dark. The group wanted to reach Qinzhou before the sky turned completely dark. Then they would use a kerosene lamp to slow down their speed and reach Jincheng in Lanzhou in the middle of the night. Crossing the Yellow River at night was still slower after reaching shore. At the same time, the sky was almost bright. After another 6 hours of running, the letter arrived at Liangzhou around noon. The longer the day, the faster the speed. It was indeed tiring to run for a day and a night, but it could be persevered. The 6 of them didn't stop and weren't afraid of exhausting the horses. The horses probably wouldn't even be satisfied before they reached the next destination. The messenger from the Anqi Protectorate was sleeping soundly. He didn't eat, only drinking a bowl of soup. They changed horses but didn't change people. After 11 days of running, there were 20 of them. They were afraid that someone would intercept them. When they fell asleep, the apprentices of the Imperial Physician Bureau massaged them to relieve their muscle fatigue. In the past, they didn't receive such treatment. They didn't think that the messenger needed to be massaged and just needed to sleep. Now that things had changed, they had to treat the soldiers well. In any case, the apprentices needed to practice and had their masters to guide them. Normally speaking, the person who delivered the message would still feel uncomfortable sleeping and would need to rest for a few days. Now, all of their eyebrows were relaxed, but they weren't snoring. After the massage, they would stop snoring as soon as someone touched them. They had straws in their noses and oxygen bags to give them oxygen. The massage apprentice changed the towel every once in a while. The wet towel, the towel that was replaced, was thrown into the basin of water. Within a few breaths, the water in the basin turned black. His master was teaching him how to press the spot, thread, and face. The messenger was dirty, so it was just right. If the towel was removed, that place would be darker than the other side. The person who was sleeping soundly did not know that he had enjoyed an oxygen massage and even took a shower. If I'm not wrong, Guojiyun will be able to launch his attack in 5 days. Bai Gu had a map in front of him. It was a map given to him by Li Yi. Sui looked as well. It doesn't look too far away. 2 days, unless the local army isn't ready. These are the mountains. There are 3 mountains: Guzhang South Mountain, Gold Mountain, and Snowy Mountain. We have to go around them. Bai Gu pointed to the names of the mountains on the map. He then asked someone to bring over a thick dictionary-like thing and started to look for it. Look, there's an introduction to the mountains, their relative heights, and the situation of the river valleys. Bai Gu asked Sui to look. Sui looked and nodded. Yes, it will take 5 days. After going around them, we will be able to advance. Song Jing pointed to the map. There are troops stationed on the west side of Snowy Mountain. This year's supplies are pretty good. If some of the troops go around, the troops on the west side of Snowy Mountain will attack directly. Once the news is out, it will take 2 days. The locations are pretty good. Su-yi finished speaking and saw the two of them looking at him strangely. He then laughed. He felt that his words were a little stupid. How could the provincial governor not know the local situation? It was guaranteed that they would choose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. For example, in the Battle of Songzhou, there was a river behind Songzhou. If they wanted to attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river. If they didn't attack Songzhou, they would have to cross the river directly. If Songzhou sent troops to attack them, they would be able to attack them halfway across the river. Therefore, if Tubo couldn't attack Songzhou, they would never cross the river. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. If there was no river, Songzhou wouldn't be able to catch up with the cavalry and would have to go around the city. If Tubo wanted to attack Liangzhou, they would first attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain. If they wanted to attack the garrison of Snowy Mountain, they would have to cross a river called the Haomen River. The Haomen River was the main stream of the Huang River, which flowed into the Yellow River. This was the location they chose. If they wanted to attack, they would have to attack halfway across the river, even if they had to pay a heavy price to defeat the army of the Tang dynasty. Would they be able to cross the Snowy Mountain afterwards? If they didn't, they would have to take a detour. If they took a detour, wouldn't the provincial governor of Longyu, who was very close below them, attack them from behind? In fact, there was an army stationed on the west side of the Haomen River. The whole place couldn't be attacked at all. That was why Wang Wei wrote the Liangzhou poem. Lone smoke rises in the great desert, and the sun sets in the long river. In the beacon towers of the Tang dynasty, lone smoke represented peace. When a column of smoke rose, it meant that there was no war. The 2 days that Song Jing was talking about were when Liangzhou sent the order to attack to the army on the west side of Snowy Mountain and send troops from there. Su-yi understood and was suddenly stunned. After a while he said, "According to this, Li-yi has done a great service." He thought of the steamship. It was easy to go against the current, even from Chang, and they could send things to the front through the Yellow River. He finally understood the power of the steamship and what it meant that the Hoku waterfall could be navigated. Steamships were slow, but they could be built to send things to the front continuously. If there were any local specialties in the front, they could be loaded onto the steamship and sent back downstream. Not only would they provide baggage for the front line, but they would also solve the problems of the local people's livelihood and ensure that their income would increase a lot. The local things couldn't be transported out, so they would all be thrown away, including fruits, animal skins, and wild herbs. What was needed was an official team that could make profits from the Yellow River, which would be of great help to the front line. Xiao-yi is working for his own family. How can that be considered a contribution when he can build a bigger kite and directly fly the things over? This old man will be convinced. Bai Gu is showing off again. "I'm the best. Third brother. Look, there is less than 30 miles between these two rivers. If we dig it and connect it, we won't have to go through the Hoku waterfall." Li-yi showed Li Longji the map in Zhuangzi. Longshui was connected to Wei River, and there was another river above it. That river was connected to the Yellow River and had a canal. It was much closer to the Hoku waterfall and had a man-made canal. Li Longji pointed at the location on the map. There are mountains. It's easier to have mountains. The valleys will naturally flow. If we connect the top and bottom, we won't even need to dig the valleys. The river is not very wide, so it's definitely not a problem to take the steamship. Li-yi was not afraid of mountains. If there were mountains, there would be valleys. How many wells were there in Xinjiang? A horizontal mountain would blast through it. It's dangerous, right? Li Longji was worried about death. Prisoners on death row either die or work. When we dig it out, the death penalty will be turned into a prison sentence. No matter what, they will benefit. Li-yi had a candidate in mind. Ask those who needed to be shot. Would they rather live in danger for an indefinite period of time or be shot? Chapter 949. Your captives. Li Longji thought that there were not many prisoners on death row. He thought of Li Yi's 11,000 captives. Teach the captives well and find a way to send them back. Then bring the whole place back to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi refused to let the captives of the southwest die. What he wanted was the southwest barbarian land. There were nearly 12,000 captives, and many of their families would be sent over in the autumn. A large group of people must be trained well to let them feel that the Tang dynasty was good, and that his place should be merged with the Tang dynasty. This way, the people of the southwest barbarian land could live a good life, and their lives would not be in vain. There are few death sentences. Li Longji was worried. Many people were beaten to death in the local area without an official in charge. If it's really not possible, there are still people who are exiled. They are unfamiliar with the place, remote and sparsely populated. Most of them will die if they go there. They will work for a year and become apprentices for 2 years. They will work for another year and work in the community for another year. They are also willing. Li Yi was short of manpower now, and he hoped to give them a chance to change. Otherwise, he would need to use explosives. What if the explosives misfired? Also, when digging the mountain, the land would collapse and water would leak. He did not have a tunneling machine. Would there be no accidents with a tunneling machine? How many years will it take to dig a river and capture some Tubo and Turkic captives? Li Longji agreed to include the exiled captives. It depends on how many people are used. The road built by Zhang Jiling is directly in the middle of the mountain. As long as there are enough people, they can carry it out with poles. I will leave some soil on both sides to block the water. I will add explosives. Boom! The explosion will connect with the water. The position is high, and under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry about the Yellow River flowing backwards. Li Yi thought that if there was no other way, he would dig from the top instead of digging a hole. Tens of thousands of people were sent out. Soon, the Suez Canal was dug for 10 years, and the people digging could not even drink much fresh water. Some of them died of thirst. Some could only eat a little food every day. If they continued to work, they would starve to death. 190 kilometers, more than 10 years. The Tang dynasty sent people to dig more than 10 kilometers of road and provided them with enough food and water. The men who dug the Suez Canal were always sick, all kinds of diseases, and the canal was very wide. The Tang dynasty did not need a 360-meter-long canal, nor did it need to be so deep. As long as they were paid well and provided with good support, they would be able to dig it out in less than a year. They would be able to use it next year. The places that needed to be bombed were the prisoners on death row and exiled people at the front line. There were duds for them to clean up. Li had thought it through. Let's learn from Zhang Jiling. Let's not move mountains. Let's not learn from Yugong. This way we can recruit the local people. The local people have mediocre people. 20 days a year, they will be exempted from the transfer. Another 20 days. Li Longji was prepared to use the laws of the imperial court. Even if the capital office was exempt from the law, other places would not be exempt. I'll send my 10,000 captives over as well. I'll feed them meat every meal. A notice was sent out that anyone who was willing to work on the canal would be paid 30 coins a day. You only need to work for 10 hours a day, including meals. There will be meat for all 3 meals a day. Li Yi was going all out. Wasn't it just money? If this canal was completed, it would solve a historical problem. The imperial court's control over the area would increase by more than 10 times, and the people in the remote areas would benefit from it. At his time, sections of the Jinghang Grand Canal were still in use. When the Xiaolangdi Reservoir of the Yellow River was built, it was not considered that the entire Yellow River would be open to navigation. Later, it was regretted and redesigned. The remaining problems of the bridge on the river were not small. It was unknown how long it would take for the entire Yellow River to be open to navigation, because there were high-speed trains, highways, and airplanes. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he simply lay down and gestured for Li Yi to continue massaging his head. Li Yi washed his hands and came back to massage him slowly. He was a patient, so he had to take care of his emotions. Brother Yi, this is feasible. From the looks of it, the Yellow River will be open to navigation next year. Li Longji was willing to spend money. The people worked so hard, but they were given 3 meals, wages, and meat to eat. When the Tubo and the Turks were dealt with, what could they not have? Large tracts of land and the Silk Road on land. They could push the army to the front and prepare to attack the Abbasid Caliphate. There was no rush to attack. The Tang dynasty should seize the time to develop the economy. They could raise more livestock in the Turks and Tubo areas, open up new fields, and plant more cotton. Then they could wait for another 2,000 or 3,000 years to push the Abbasid Caliphate over. Li Longji thought about the future and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Li Yi continued to massage, but he did not use as much strength. He could not stop now. Once he stopped, Li Longji would wake up. Outside the door, Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu looked through the window and smiled. Empress Wang whispered to Princess Yongmu, "It said that a father-in-law and son-in-law are not easy to get along with. This won't happen to you." Princess Yongmu blushed, but her eyes were filled with sweetness. Li Lang is someone who will do great things. It's just that when he's with me, he becomes like this. Princess Yongmu lowered her voice and said, "He's a young man. Can you stand him being so old? This is called ability. He can adjust his mentality. When he's with you, he's just playing with you." Empress Wang knew that Li Yi had a calm personality. When she interacted with him, she would automatically ignore his age. Only when he interacted with Yuan Shu would Li Yi change his appearance to match his current age. Yuan Shu was very happy every day when she interacted with Li Yi. What she learned in the past was to be dignified. What was the use of being dignified? Was it as fun as kicking shuttlecock? She was the empress, but she was playing with people in the imperial harem. She was just pretending to be the empress. Your imperial father must have come up with some good idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Only when he's with the Li family, Zhuangzi, does he truly relax. Empress Wang said as she felt sorry for Li Longji. He had to worry all day, and he also had to scheme against the ministers and aristocratic families. He could not take care of any of them. When he slept in the imperial city, he would suddenly wake up at night and talk in his sleep. Then he would go to Xingqing Palace, and occasionally he would suddenly wake up. Only when he was with the Li family Zhuangzi did he sleep soundly and eat well. The key was that he didn't have to worry or be afraid. When he saw the sudden news of the war at the front, Li Yi was there. Li Yi dealt with it. When he asked the ministers would say one thing after another. It sounded reasonable, and in the end he still had to choose. The ministers didn't have Fang Jingji or Du Duan. When it came to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi alone solved all the problems. He had strategies and was more decisive. Like now, when it came to national affairs, he didn't even need to find an imperial physician. He directly arranged it. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know how to treat illnesses or play. Imperial mother, will imperial father be able to attend court tomorrow? Princess Yongmu was worried about her father's condition. Yes, Li Yi guarantees that he will take care of it. Even if he doesn't attend court, it's fine. If there's a problem in court, he can just send a letter. Empress Wang wasn't worried about court affairs, and Zhuangzi wasn't far from the court. Just like today, they could send a letter and send a reply, and the problem would be solved. Princess Yongmu nodded. If the world can be peaceful, everyone won't have to work so hard. The world can't be peaceful. There are still many countries in the Abbasid Caliphate that want to fight with us. But don't worry, Li Yi is already planning. Empress Wang was still indifferent. It was just a war. Chapter 950. The next morning, Li Longji still had a slight fever. Li Yi did not give him any medicine. He drank half a bowl of chicken and vegetable porridge and ate some salted vegetables before going to court. He took a thermos and a watermelon. The thermos was filled with salt water. Watermelon was naturally watermelon. Other people did not have watermelons, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still provide watermelons. The watermelons from the south were ready, but distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. After 10 days, the watermelons from the capital government were ready. It just so happened that the Li family Zhuangzi's watermelons were ready. At court, the officials were discussing the war with Su Lu. Your Majesty, Su Lu led the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack. I think he should be reprimanded. The Minister of Rights stood out. Li Longji looked at him and said, "No need, just beat him." He was decisive. What was the use of reprimanding him? If you rebel, I will beat you. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you force me into a corner, I will ask Brother Yi to bring the winged knights to capture you alive. Do you think I don't have a trump card? Your Majesty, please build more 100-stone boats for the border. Sui stood out. He had discovered the benefits of boats. I have something to say. Li Longji began to talk about his canal to connect to the Yellow River. This is the Pujin crossing. Originally, there was a bamboo pontoon bridge. Now, it is replaced by a metal chain. Minister of Honglu Temple, Lu Tang, introduced it to the Japanese exchange team. They came last night and saw the terraced fields planted by more than 220,000 surrendered households. Today, after breakfast, they were going to hook a waterfall. When they passed by the metal chain pontoon bridge, Lu Tang explained, "Lu-san, is that cement?" Abatakamaru looked at the bridge and felt that it was useful. It was suitable for Japan. Concrete. There are steel bars, pebbles, and cement inside. Lu Tang explained in detail. Is Lu-san familiar with the method of making cement? Abatakamaru asked. I don't know. The Li family Zhuangzi is keeping it a secret. Lantian County is under military control. Outsiders are not allowed to ask. Lu Tang looked at the people of the Japanese Empire. The people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies already knew what Li meant. Secrets that should not be leaked must not be leaked. Moreover, he really didn't know how cement was made. Everyone who made cement only knew their own job. The envoys from the Japanese Empire all had expressions of regret on their faces. Of course, they understood why they had to keep it a secret. The construction of the city wall with cement was very fast. It would take a few days to build a city wall. According to Takagi Junichiro, the Tang dynasty sent a lot of cement to the border to build a city there to defend against the enemy. Lu Tang laughed in his heart and said, "The method of making it cannot be passed down. However, if you want to buy it, you can sell it. A caddy of cement only costs 1 coin." He followed Li family Zhuangzi's instructions to promote the cement. The Li family Zhuangzi's base price was 3 caddies of cement for 1 coin. There was a small profit, which was 5%. Is it cheaper to buy more? Shinbei felt that it was a little expensive. It was not that he felt that the cement was not worth the money, but that he needed too much and had to ship it back to Japan. Lu Tang nodded. 10,000 caddies, 3 caddies of cement for 2 coins. 100,000 caddies, 2 caddies of cement for 1 coin. 500,000 caddies, 5 caddies of cement for 2 coins. He still didn't say the base price. All he knew was that if he wanted to build a city, it wouldn't be enough without a few 100 million caddies of cement. If the city was bigger, more cement would be used. Building a house in the south of Chang and was a mix of cement and sand. A normal house, according to Li Dongzhu's instructions, was 10 feet tall, made of bricks, and had an area of 50 square meters. If he used it sparingly, it would cost 500 caddies of cement. If it was replaced with reinforced concrete, it would cost more than 10,000 caddies of cement for the same height and area. The difference was that big. It depended on which aspect you used the cement for. Building houses now was the cheapest kind. Who would want reinforced concrete? The reinforced concrete foundation by the river was forced. Adding up both sides of the river, more than 26 million caddies of cement were used. It was only that heavy, so it was naturally less used for plastering. However, the price wasn't too high. It wasn't as expensive as iron chains. Cement cost 8 million caddies and 8,000 caddies. Was that considered money? Reinforced concrete and iron chains were more than 10 times the cost. If it was replaced with iron, it would be more than 100 times the cost. Fortunately, there was cement, which saved money. Building a city required plastering. Otherwise, the amount of cement used, the people of the Japanese Empire didn't know the situation. When they heard how many caddies of cement, they felt that it was enough to build a lot of cities. Lusan, 60 million caddies, 20 million caddies. Abita and Nakamaro gritted his teeth and bargained. Lu Tong frowned and shook his head. I can't make the decision. This price is too low. If I go back and ask, I will say that the Tang dynasty and the Japanese Empire are friendly. Let Li Dongzhu sell it, even if it's a loss. Please, Lusan. Abita Nakamaro was very uncomfortable when he heard the words Japanese Empire. A few years ago, they also felt that the name Japanese Empire was fine. Later, they felt that it was discriminatory, so they changed it to Japan. However, the Tang dynasty called you the Japanese Empire. Even if you were unhappy, you had to accept it. The others also bowed together, hoping that Lu Tong would help more. In fact, this amount was only 80,000 tons at Li Yi's time. What could 80,000 tons of cement do? They still had to ship it back. If it rained, the cement would be soaked by the rain. Even if there was no rain, the sea was very humid, and the cement would be in contact with moisture. Everyone, let's get on the boat. It's not time to open the bridge yet. Let's go up. If we take the boat from above, it will take 2.5 days to reach Huku Waterfall. Lu Tong invited 555 people to take the boat from here to Huku Waterfall, which was nearly 300 miles upstream. It was already good enough to travel 10 miles in 2 hours. If it was Li Yi's goose boat, they wouldn't be able to travel far even if they were exhausted. Not to mention the goose boat, even an iron paddle boat would take more than 10 minutes to travel 2 miles, and it was still on the Yellow River. The Yellow River's current was fast, and it needed to offset some of the work. If it was on the Yangtze River, it would be able to travel 6 miles in 2 hours, which was far faster than a boatman pulling a rope. Of course, if it was a propeller and went against the Yellow River, it would definitely be more than 30 miles in 2 hours. After passing through the turbulent areas, the speed could be increased to 40 miles per hour. If Li Yi were to bring out the steam engine, if he made the diesel engine, the Japanese felt that speed was good. They had already drawn a picture and written a description. The picture they drew was different from Li Yi's. The difference was huge. Li Yi drew a 3-dimensional picture. When the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmen saw the picture, they knew what to do. Everyone got on the prepared boat and pedaled by themselves. If they could change people, they pedaled with all their might. They wanted to test how fast it could go. Lu-san, I heard that there's another kind of boat that looks like flying. Fujiwara Mayang spoke at this time. Yes, there's another kind of boat from the Li family Zhuangzi. It's faster than this, Lu Tong admitted. They had envoys here. It was impossible that they didn't know about the amazing boat that day. Can you let me take a look? Bring it up for me to see. Fujiwara, Mayang requested. Lu Tong shook his head. No, it's a national treasure. Dr. Li won't agree. There's no need to think about it. It's useless to ask the Prime Minister or His Majesty. Not even His Majesty? Should he be beheaded? Fujiwara Mayang said, as if he was thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Kill him, and you'll make good things for the Tang dynasty? Do you know how many good things Li Dongzhu has made? Why would His Majesty agree to it? Lu Tong's face turned ugly. You still want to sow discord? Do you know the relationship between His Majesty and Li Dongzhu? His Majesty can't wait to hold court in the Li family Zhuangzi. It's safe and worry-free. You're just an envoy from the Japanese Empire. Why are you so troublesome?